Alright friends, hey, welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway, live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Coming up out of the title screen just a little bit earlier than I normally do, just to go ahead and get rolling here. We got a busy night ahead, and you can see we're very, very busy here where we are in the sim, which is in Winnipeg, Canada. I've only ever been here once in my life, and it was not July. It was January, in fact. Now you can see tons of aircraft here at the terminal. Not all of them are VATSIM players. A few of them are static, but most of them, I don't know about most, many of them are. A lot of them are. And it's so funny, I've been watching the activity as we've been getting ready to start this Friday Night Ops event, which is called Peg to Pearson, Winnipeg to Toronto. Those are the featured airports in tonight's event, Peg to Pearson. We're going to make a stop in Minneapolis to make our trip a two-hopper as we normally do. Yeah, you can see how packed this terminal is, and the funny thing I've been watching is that every time someone pushes back, I almost immediately see somebody slew over and take the spot at the gate that they just vacated. So even though we've got the steady stream of aircraft that are taxiing out for departure, the terminal's nice and full because we're backfilling the gates just as they vacate. So yeah, it's been pretty funny to watch that process go on. But yeah, we are going to yeah, no eye patch, and we're on cam. You know, it's funny, I think I still have the eye patch picture up on my ATC scene set. I think I forgot to take that off, but fortunately we're on the pilot scene set, which I didn't tamper with. But yeah, we're all good, man. I had a little bit of an eye issue over the last weekend, missed Monday stream, therefore Wednesday stream I did, but I did not have the face cam on. But we are back to mostly to normal. There's a tiny little bit of swelling you probably can't see at this zoom level, and I can't really tell. My vision seems normal, except at work today, the text was a little bit blurry on the screen, but 95% back to normal, and we're all good. So yeah, thank you guys for the sympathy and for the concern, and honestly for the jokes too, because I always deal with that. All adversity I deal with humor. So appreciate you guys being along for the ride on that. We're gonna time it. We gotta time it so I'm holding short when Kenny lands, says Kenny. Kenny Master here, and Regen Road Trip stopping in early into the stream. All right, well, I'm excited to get into the 737. I was originally going to do the BAE 146 for this event, but because we missed Monday stream where I was going to fly the 737, I decided to fly the 73 today, and I'm doubly excited. Two reasons. Number one is that I went through SPAD.next and really did a deep dive into getting a lot of controls in the cockpit assigned to the switches on my Alpha and Bravo. So I feel like I'm going to have a much easier time manipulating the controls in the aircraft for the first time tonight. And I'll show you, I'll do a quick rundown of what I did as we go, but also, and I have to send a thank you to our very good friend Say Again Jim. So Say Again Jim, he went to Flight Sim Expo and he won a raffle, and in that raffle he won a wind control, I think it's called a 32 RMP radio panel. Well, he promptly contacted me and said, hey, I won this radio panel. I already have a GNS 530 in my setup, and I fly mostly GA anyway, so this second radio panel is really going to be redundant. It won't be useful to me. Do you want it? And I was like, you know what? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. A lot of times over the 8 years of the stream, folks have sent me stuff just out of the kindness and generosity of their hearts. Most of the time, if it's something that I'm not really in need of, if I need something, I buy it. So there's really not been too much that I've needed that I haven't already gotten. But this one was like, you know what? Tuning radios with the mouse is the most annoying process in the sim these days. So if I got a radio panel where I've got a physical knob, inner and outer knob that I can use to do that, and the swap buttons and all that stuff, that'd be awesome. That'd be a huge help. So I've gone ahead and set it up. The other benefit of doing the PMDG 737 tonight is that this radio panel, this wind control radio panel, has a preset that is basically plug and play for the 737. Now I can use it for my other planes, I think. The buttons and knobs will work, but I don't think the displays will work without some finagling. But with 737, it was very much plug and play. It detected that I was in this, and I was like, oh, yep, here's the radio frequencies, boom, right on the panel, without me even having to do anything. So far, so good. It seems like it's been a pretty nifty gadget so far, and I'm sure we'll enjoy. getting to do it. The other thing I've added, I've got the fuel levers now on physical controls, and the big thing is all of the lights and switches. Now the chime and fasten seatbelts, those are things that we manipulate in flight a lot, so those are done. Continuous ignition switches for landing and takeoff, I can now do that without having to mouse over there. And all of the lights, so the beacon light, which is called anti-collision, the nav light, which is called the steady position light, strobe, which is the strobe and steady position light, and then the taxi light here, and then the landing switch on my Alpha. I just put on all 4 landing lights and both turn-off lights all on one switch, because I always do them all together. And I could have used the 7 black switches over here on the Bravo to assign those individually, but I'm like, I only ever do them all at once, on and all at once off. So let's just do that. So that's what I did. What else? Yeah, I think that's it. So that should be, and that plus the radio panel stuff should be really, really cool in terms of being able to use this plane on takeoff and landing and not have to mouse around and fumble around so much. So hopefully that will really really enhance our experience here. All right, well, let's get to it, guys. Like I said, busy event, and we got 2 flights to do. Probably, based on the timing, we'll probably overstay the air traffic control welcome by a little bit in Toronto by the time we get there. Hang on, let me just do a little adjustment to the timing here. Yeah, probably we'll overstay that by half an hour, but let's go ahead and get to it, guys, and maybe we'll cross our fingers and the guys in Toronto will stay on just a little extra for us. All right, let's see how we do, huh? Go over to the flow list, which is here, and see how much more quickly we can get through it. Oh, by the way, our slant artwork adventure tonight, since we are doing some flying up in the Great White North, and we're going to end our evening in Toronto, Canada, figured I would do a selfie up in the CN Tower looking down at the Rogers Centre. So very much in the prime of baseball season right now, and so we did the selfie with us tilted down looking at the Rogers Centre Dome open. I did a tour of this when it was still called Sky Dome back not long after it first opened. I did a marching band trip up here with my high school, and got a nice tour of the facility where we got to see the dome in action. It was opening as we were there, which was really cool. And I don't think I went up in the tower. And I think that was just because there's no reason. I don't mind being up in heights. I don't like ladders, but I don't mind enclosed heights. But I think the line was just too long and I didn't have the patience that day. But yeah, so we got the selfie though of me looking down to the Rogers Centre. And so there's our slant artwork adventure. If you would like to get in on that, this is a side project that we do on each stream to generate an image that becomes the YouTube thumbnail when we upload this the stream later. So we try to keep it roughly relevant to what's happening on that night's stream. So that's why we've got the skyscape of Toronto there. But if you want to add to or modify that image in any way, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then you can just let me know in the chat what you would like to do to add to or modify that image. And Kitty wants to add the Toronto Blue Jay standing on my shoulder, kind of like the pirate. Okay. All right, Kenny, we'll get that. Hang on, let me just, I gotta say a couple things sort of specifically. Make sure it understands what we're trying to do there. All right, but anyway, that's exactly how you do it, guys. You just cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then just tell me right in the chat. Now, sometimes if I'm in the middle of flying the plane, sometimes you have to wait to a moment where I've got the attention span available for you, but otherwise, just let me know right in the chat what you would like to do to add to or modify that image, and we will get that underway. And we will check on it here in just a few moments. Let's get into the flight, shall we? Let's go ahead and get this thing fired up. I don't know why it pops up on that screen lately. I didn't change anything about the save configuration, but all of a sudden it pops up on that maintenance screen all the time. All right, let's connect our ground power, ground services. We got the wheel truck set already. And if we go back, I believe the doors... yeah, we can disarm the other door. We got the main entry door open. Everything else is closed, but you know, I just always skip past that. Arming and disarming stuff. Cabin attendants handle that stuff. Captain and first officer don't. Doors. Next page. The cargo and equipment hatches are already open, so we are good to go there. Let's go ahead and set our payload. Let's just hit random a couple times. Well, it didn't change by much, but 160 out of 174. Yeah, pretty full flight today. We'll go back and set fuel. I have calculated for 2 trips plus alternates, reserves, and contingencies. We're going to need 27,500 pounds. So that's what we'll load in. And there we go. We got the ELW-124 with the resubscription 4 years. Wow, 4-year streak and a 53 months overall. For ELW-124. Thank you so much. We appreciate your continued support of the channel, guys. Thank you kindly for all of the support in terms of the subscriptions and the cheer bits and the donations and the gift subs. And here we are with our slant artwork adventure now with the tiny blue jay mascot just parked on my shoulder right there. Like it's almost like he's not like a parent with a pirate. He's almost like you know, the angel standing on one shoulder and the devil standing on the other. Trying to whisper, she's trying to whisper in my ear like he's my good conscience or something, or he's my bad conscience. The Oriole bird would be my good conscience, standing over on the other side, I suppose. But anyway, there we go. I think I did a nice job with that, Kenny. So there we go. And again, cashing 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, to get. That's cute. He says, "Yeah, no, I agree. They did a nice, cute job with that." Cashing 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel if you want to get in on our artwork activity. Let's go ahead now and get up to the top of the panel. Let's go ahead and get battery on. Emergency lights armed and guarded. Let's go ahead and get position lights to steady. I got to change that in my slow list because that's just the nav light switch on now. Logo and wheel well lights will do just with the mouse because those are things we don't have to do in flight too much. Ground power bus can get active. And we'll switch the IRS knobs to get them starting to align. And there we go. And then we'll go ahead and switch. Oh, I want to show you. So it's funny now. This plane boots up with a dark panel. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's wrong with my PMDG aircraft? Well, there's a physical power switch on this panel down here that I have to power on. And all of a sudden, boop, there it is. Now let's see if this works. Yeah, transmit 1, transmit 2, back and forth. Okay, and the selected radios follow it, but I can also select, if I want to keep it on COM 1 transmit, but I want to select COM 2 to tune, like the local frequencies at the upcoming airport, yeah, I can do that too. Oh, that's awesome. That's going to be so cool. All right, very good. So that's good to go, powered up and ready. And let's go ahead and grab our ATIS information here at Winnipeg. Information Golf 340, 10 gusting to 15, 3006. Departing runway 31. Okay. All good there. And Regen Road Trip wants to add something to our slant artwork adventure. Let me know, sir. All right. 3006 is what we said. So let's get that set 3 times here. Switch over to inches. Okay, we need a banner over the stadium that says Slant Alpha Adventures. Okay. Oops, yeah, we want that in inches as well. 3006. And then we need our standby on 3006 as well. Okay. All right, well, let's get some frequencies tuned, shall we? Let's get the clearance frequency. All right, let's go to yeah, sometimes that one kind of flits back and forth. Okay, so it is transmitting and receiving on COM2, and we're tuning COM2 as well. Where did my VPilot get to? Did it close? Oh, no, there it is. All right, so yeah, the clearance frequency 121.3, 121. .3, swap it in. Oh, that's so easy. Ground frequency 121.9er.
Lima, you are cleared Trump Pearson Airport, Vogig to departure.
We're going to leave it transmitting and receiving on COM2, but we're going to tune COM1 now to the tower, which is 118.3.
Change it 4726.
Guess it would be nice if you guys could kind of see what was going on here.
4726 as well.
Again, 7 Mike Lima, read back correct, stay my frequency, call push and start.
Okay, so 118.3 is the tower frequency.
Okay,
and we swap that in, but we're still transmitting and receiving on COM2, which is what we want. And then the departure frequency we don't really know, but we're going to assume here 19.5.
Air Canada 262, have you pushed yet? I'm not showing you moving.
Push it now, I was just waiting for the aircraft. Looks like he's not moving anytime.
Skymatic 221, what about you? I don't see you moving yet either. Are you pushing?
Switch at 206, how about now?
206.
Okay.
Exactly 206, yes. I
So
got
21.3, yep, okay. You're good.
Oh, no, we went to recycle our audio there. Just need it again.
Alright, so we're transmitting and receiving on COM2. So I'm going to go ahead and switch the...
Departure only 31, squawk code 4722.
Alright, clear to Pearson via Devotic 2 departure, off 31, 4722, extension 206.
Yeah, so this is displaying COM2 now because that's what we're transmitting and receiving on.
Call me, push and start, and sorry, what was the last you said there?
We are ready for start of action.
Oh, okay, you got 206 at your discretion, and just advise your attack to it.
Clearance, Air Canada 732, apron 7 for IFR at Pearson.
Air Canada 732 or 7032?
7032. Oh, yeah, 7032.
Okay, Air Canada 7032, cleared Trump Pearson Airport by the Vogig 2 departure. Flight plan route, departure only 31, and you can squawk here. You get a special one, 2676.
Okay, right on cleared to Pearson, Vogig 1, off 31, squawk 2676. We'll be planning noise 1 for Air Canada 732.
Air Canada 732, roger, you can pass that on to ground and tower, and call me for push and start.
Call you for push to Air Canada 7032.
Clearance push at 306, ready for push to start moving 6.
Ready for push.
Alright, sorry, couple at once. Who's the flare for push?
WestJet 306.
Okay, no, I guess I'm saying two things. WestJet something?
WestJet 306, we're at K6, ready for push.
Thank you. WestJet 36 at your discretion, call for taxi.
Call for taxis, WestJet 36.
Okay, and before I call up for clearance, I need to know what the SIDs are out of here. So when he says it, I'll know what to read back.
Hello, United 291, clearance to Toronto with Golf.
United, who was it, 291?
You're from 291.
United 291, clear Trump Pearson Airport, via Z, Actually, hold on. Stand by, hold on, I gotta make a change.
Oh, Regen, I've actually missed one.
We are ready for push and start.
I missed one key portion
Stand by.
of
United
your
291, clear Trump Pearson
of your
Airport,
instruction, which
Vogate
was the
2
plane
departure,
towing the
flight
banner.
departure
We got the
31,
banner just laid across the
4714.
roof. That still looks pretty nice, though.
Clear Toronto via Vogate 2 departure, runway 31, squawk 4714.
So that was my fault.
United 21.
Clear delivery, good evening. Air Canada Air Canada 960, requesting clearance to Toronto Pearson.
United 291, readback is correct, advise ready to push.
Yeah, naming rights on the stadium, right?
Air Canada calling for the clearance, say the ident again.
Air Canada 255.
Air Canada 255, clear Trump Pearson Airport, Vogate 2 departure, flight plan route, departure runway 31, squawk code 4745.
Clear Toronto Pearson, Vogate 2 departure, flight plan route, departure runway 31, squawk 4745, Air Canada 255.
And clear Delta 3514, information Golf Alpha out of Minneapolis.
And that was that one. Second, Air Canada 255.
Delivery, Air Canada 262, finish with pushback, ready to taxi.
Air Canada 262, ground 1219 for taxi, check there is a 737 in your way.
Copy that. 12.9 for taxi, thanks.
Delivery, good evening. Air Canada 960, requesting clearance to Toronto Pearson.
Rouge 216, just watch off your front front right there. There is a 737 pushing a little far back.
Copy that, Rouge 216.
WestJet 386, watch how far you push back. There's an Airbus 320 behind you.
Copy, we're stopped right here, WestJet 386.
Roger.
Delivery,
Remember
Air
Charlie
Canada
1 heavy.
21,
heavy
requesting start of pushback not required.
Kind of cockeyed on the gate there, like half push.
Clear delivery, Air Canada 960.
Yeah, sir, I heard you. I'm talking to other aircraft. You're just going to have to stand by.
Air Canada 255, you got steps on when we did the readback. Just want to verify that was readback correct. And did you want us to call for push and start?
Yes, sir, that's all correct. Your readback was correct, and you can call me for the push.
Thank you, sir.
Flare 382, ground 1219 for taxi.
119 for taxi, Flare 382.
Schematic 221, ground 1219 for taxi.
1219 for taxi, schematic 221. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too, thanks. WestJet 386, ground 1219 for taxi.
1219 taxi, WestJet 386.
Rouge 216, 1219 for taxi.
1219 for taxi, Rouge 216.
Ready to start, pushback not required.
Air Canada 252, stand by. There's still somebody behind you there. Flare 382, you still on the frequency, or you switched your ground yet? All right, Air Canada 252, there's a Flare 737 just right behind you on the gate there. If you see them, you can push and start at your discretion. Just watch for them.
We have the traffic and push and start at our discretion. Air Canada 252.
Air Canada 256, sorry, please. Steam push and start.
Canada 256, what's the gate?
Guy's doing a really good job, but
Canada 256.
he's just got a lot of traffic, so we'll be patient.
By for push.
Grace and patience, guys, when you join a busy event.
1, pad 7, ready for taxi.
Sorry, last call for taxi. Say that again.
Lifter 1, pad 7.
Lifter 1, heavy ground now 1219. So long.
Thanks, nice shot. See you.
See ya.
There's Delta 3514, IFR2, Minneapolis with Golf.
Going to Minneapolis. Delta 3514, that was you?
That's me. We got Golf going to Mini.
Delta 4513, cleared Minneapolis, Vogate 2 departure, flight plan route, departure runway 31, squawk 4711.
All right, Vogate 2, flight plan route, runway 31 and 4711, Delta 3514.
Delta...
Vogig, there we go. Got it.
Hold on, I gotta do something else here.
Delivery, Air Canada 621, spot 61, ready to start, pushback not required.
All right, well, that's okay. We got what we needed. He's doing a bang-up job. Let's go ahead. We got our altimeter set, comm radio set.
Delta 2147, read back correct. Call me push and start. And
let's
break
go ahead and
everybody
jump.
Else stand by here. I got to make a change.
Up top to the nav and the yaw dampers. Let's go ahead and get our route programmed in. Let's go to the
yeah, sorry, I just told everybody to stand by. I'll call you back. Hold on.
FMC.
Give me 2 seconds.
Position initialized. Let's go to the next page. Hey, look, the GPSs agree with each other, so we can grab either one, paste it in there. We'll go to the next. Oh, nope, not next. Let's go to route. Origin is CYWG.
All right, who was that last call in there? Last call.
We're going to KMSP.
Last call of clearance. I just told you to stand by. You just gave me a whole big speech. Speak again, please.
Yeah, you who jumped in last time.
Okay, lost your plate. November Charlie Charlie 1 heavy. 1219.
I love this guy. We gotta find who he is. Give him a nice piece of feedback there. VOGIG-2. There's no, it's gonna be off runway 31. Put that into the route. And then after that, it's Elito, ELETO.
With very similar call signs. Air Canada, who are you?
Air Canada 256, stand gate 17 for push and start.
Okay, 256. No, stand by for push.
Yeah, that's going to be North 49 for sure.
Delivery, Air Canada 621, requesting start, pushback not required, spot
And then
61.
roll, GROLE.
Air Canada,
how's your Friday night flying going?
Actually,
it's like football, but in the air, and without balls, and kicking, and stadiums.
Push and start approved.
CTXCB is here. Yeah, we got stadiums going on.
Canada 621,
We got,
Canada 621.
We got the Rogers Center there, the Toronto Blue Jays baseball stadium.
Somebody out there has got a stock mic. Air Canada 621.
The story of my life is like 40 on this frequency.
We are going from there. Kilo Papa. Whoops.
Husky 30.
Kilo
okay.
Papa.
Cleared
21 Echo.
The VOGIG-2 departure, flight plan route, departure runway 31, squawk 4712.
No, is that not a... I thought that was an airway.
Cleared Trenton by VOGIG-2.
Oh no, that's a point. Look at that.
Off of 31,
Kilo Papa 21 Echo.
Husky 30. Husky 30, heavy. Your readback is correct. Call push. Call push, Husky 30.
It goes over there.
Extension 206.
And then Eagle and the Bainey 4.
Correct at 206.
So we'll go departures and arrivals. Now Minneapolis, do we have an idea which
206. Where are you?
direction they're going to be? Not ATIS, KMSP. ATIS?
Hold on.
No, not ATIS, KMSP. Arrival ATIS. Nope. Okay, let's just get a METAR for KMSP. 0407, so we're probably landing north there.
7032, you push and start up at your discretion and contact.
Air Canada 252, ready for taxi.
So we'll assume 12 right, I think it is.
Where are you?
Yeah, that's our slant artwork adventure for the evening, CTXCB. So let's go ahead and put in the Bainey 2, arrivals... I'm sorry, Bainey 4 rather, from G-Gull, and we're going to assume ILS 12 right. And let's just look when we do that. When we got the Bainey 4, does that drop us off anywhere? So that drops us off at Mauer, or no, Osmo. And is there a transition from Osmo? No, it's Krug or Peyton. Alright, so let's see what that looks like. ILS 12. And we don't know for sure this is what we're going to get. This is what we're assuming.
Okay.
At many
right, sorry for
approaches.
All right, last aircraft.
ILS look 12, right?
Louder,
so what's the...
Delivery Westjet,
oh no, I'm sorry. Not 12, right? 3 for landing north. We want 3... 30 right.
Cleared Calgary International, VOGIG-2 departure, flight plan to route, departure runway 31, squawk 4703.
So that's from Turtle, I guess, would be.
Cleared at Calgary National Airport, VOGIG-2 departure, runway 31, squawk 4743.
So let's unselect that.
4703. Flight jet 221-4703 on the code.
How do we unselect that?
4703, correction.
Roger, read back correct.
All right, we'll just we'll select it again. No, ILS 30 right. There we go. The Bainey 4, ILS 30 right. And from Turtle. Put that into the route. And let's activate and execute. Let's go to the legs page now. So after VOGIG, then we'll get vectored to Elito. And then after Kilo Papa 21 Echo, yeah, it's direct. So this is a discontinuity we can get rid of, because what happens there is our route
960 clearance Trump Pearson Airport, Vogig 2 departure, flight plan to route, departure
just goes from Kilo Papa 21 Echo to the beginning of the start of GGO, direct. And that's what we were cleared on. But what I did do, I put in the en route points to here, and then I put in the start from here, but I didn't really tell it what it's doing in between. So now we're telling it, okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't specify, but we're just going to go direct there. So that's a discontinuity that it checked with us, and we said, no, yes, that one we can close. After GGO, down to Charles Bainey Sauger, and it dumps off at Osmo, like we said, and then there's a vector sequence to get onto Turtle. Okay, so all that seems correct, and we'll verify the star when we get down there. But for right now, it looks like everything is good up until cruise at least. So let's continue on. Let's go. Init ref. We cost index will be 74 because why not? Reserves for this leg are going to be 9. Zero fuel weight. Double click. It'll calculate in. We had said 30 for our cruise. We'll go ahead and execute that. N1 limits, if we were a real-world captain, we would have to do a performance calculation and see if it was safe to use a lower thrust rating for takeoff and or a lower thrust rating for climb without compromising obstacle clearance or climb gradients. But we don't care about saving fuel or wear and tear in this aircraft, so we're just going to go ahead and do full rate on both. So we'll go to the takeoff page, flaps 5, center of gravity. We'll double click, it'll populate in 5 1/4 for the trim.
Who was the other one there for the clearance?
Abort speed is 146. Any safety critical items happening prior to that speed will abort the takeoff. If we meet or exceed that speed, we'll accelerate 1 knot more, and then we'll rotate the plane.
Anyone else for push?
And take off. If we have one functioning engine at that time, we'll pitch to 155, which will bug in the MCP. And if we have 2 functioning engines, we'll pitch to the white bug, which I think is this plus 15, this plus 20, something like that. Wherever the white bug is, we'll pitch to that. Then once we get to 1,000, we'll retract the flaps and evaluate options from there. So 155 goes in the MCP. The Vogig 2, does that have an initial climb? Like, do not exceed, climb and maintain what?
I don't have it. Who is it? Is that the right number? Who is it?
Yeah,
4,000 is the initial.
Oh, it's you, right? Okay, you just threw it in my head. 7032, ground now 0.9. So.
Okay, so 4,000. We said 155, I think, was the. Yeah, you can see it right there. 155 is the V2 speed. And then what's the initial procedure say to do? It's just a 315 direct out to Vogig. I'm actually just going to put it in the heading mode, which is going to do basically the same thing.
Roger, cleared Minneapolis by the Vogig 2 departure, flight plan route, departure only 3.
Because we're going to keep that 315, even passing Vogig, we're going to keep that 315 until we're told to turn. So flight directors can come on. So we're going to actually going to start the plane in VNAV mode, but in heading select mode. We can go traffic and that came on, yes. Okay, yeah, traffic and data.
Vogig 2 Victor Oscar Golf India Golf.
And we'll scroll out to where we can see Aledo. That's where we're going to be vectored to. Doing our route and we'll select auto brake RTO. 4711 was our transponder code.
Not the departure there. Okay, Victor Oscar Golf India Golf 2.
711. Whoops.
Vogig 2 departure for runway 31.
Air Canada 49. Thanks.
4711. And transponder mode on.
Air Canada
okay.
960 ready for push and start.
Air Canada 960, ground push and start up at your discretion.
Save our progress.
Canada 258 requesting IFR clearance.
Up top, and then we are going to prepare now to push back. Yeah, we're getting a little late start here, but not too bad. Let's go back to the menu, FS actions. We'll go ahead and close all the doors. So we'll close the entry, cargo, and equipment. And then I don't worry about the arming and disarming. Our cabin crew will handle that. Let's just go ahead and make sure that it's closed.
You gotta not step on everyone here. Listen for when I'm talking to you only.
Seatbelt signs come on. I can do that with a switch now. I love it.
All it means is that I'm not watching you do it, so don't hit anything. Push and start up now at your discretion.
So,
okay, thank you. My apologies. Sorry.
That's fine.
Okay, fuel pump, APU,
sorry, whoever just gave the clearance to there.
Parking brake, I believe, is already set, but we should verify that, and it is.
Vogig 2 departure, then flight plan route departure runway 31, squawk 4707.
We jump back up top and get our windshield heat on.
Delta 2147, ground point 9 for taxi, good day.
Pressurization, I think we said we're doing 33, right? Landing altitude is 850 at Mini.
Ground 94 taxi, good job. I can answer my heavy. Alright, Delivery, how's it going? West at 382, full golf gate 6, request clearance.
APU buses can come on once they are ready. The temperature has spiked and is settling back in.
Squawk 4730.
I cleared Pearson Vogig 2 off of 31, squawk 4730, West at 382.
West at 382, your readback correct, call me push start.
Okay, so APU is now supplying electricity. APU is now supplying air conditioning. I think we shouldn't open the packs until we get the ground power disconnected.
United 291 ground.
So let's go ahead and do that.
United 291.
Let's return ground services, disconnect. Okay, now we can go ahead and get the packs on. I got to fix that on my flow list because I know that's a mistake, but I just did it in the right order that time at least.
49 heavy pushback start up at your discretion. Call taxi.
And we are ready to rock now.
Delivery, good day. Air Canada 1214 with information golf. Request IFR clearance to Toronto.
Air Canada 1214, good day. Clear Trump Pearson Airport, Vogig 2 departure.
Okay, temps 20, so that's 68. Oh, wait, no. Temps 26. Wow, nice warm day in Winnipeg.
Cleared to Toronto.
High 70s. So high 70s and gusty winds with a few clouds. Okay.
4715.
Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Delta Flight 3514 service to Minneapolis. We're going to be pushing back from the gate here momentarily. Wheels up time is scheduled to be at quarter till the hour. We're going to be a few minutes late, but hopefully we'll be prior to the top of the hour getting out here. Flight time once we're airborne will be 1 hour and 2 minutes and 33,000 feet. It's going to be our cruise altitude. Origin weather is in the high 70s with gusty winds and a couple cloud layers. We might have just a few bumps in the climb out. We expect that once we get up to 33,000, it'll be nice and smooth for you heading down to Minneapolis. So get those seatbelts fastened nice and tight, one extra notch for us, just for the potential for a little bit of a rocking and rolling during the departure. But beyond that, it hopefully will be a nice day for flying, and we're glad that you joined us for it. Thanks again for flying with us on Delta Flight 3514 service to Minneapolis. Got anti-collision, which is the
Clearance delivery, Canadian 7153, looking for
beacon lights.
to North Bay.
Wheel well lights off. We're eastbound, so I'll set to the right. Don't know what your company's SOP. You don't really know Delta's SOP, but as long as it's approximately 50%, that's fine. I just go eastbound right, westbound left. Rest of the fuel pumps can come on. I believe we do have fuel pumps, fuel in the center tank, so we'll get those as well.
Maybe I misspoke. Yep, you are cleared North Bay Airport.
The hydraulic pumps can come on as well. And let's go ahead and prepare for our pushback. I'm just going to push straight. If he wants us to face this or that, we can pivot after we start rolling, but we're just going to push straight. That'll be the safest thing too, with other traffic around as well. When we get that set, we'll go ahead and request that. We're not moving yet. We got to wait until we are cleared to push. Doesn't look like there's anybody behind us. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anybody behind us at the moment. So let me go ahead and request that.
Canada 255, that wasn't us, but we are ready to push.
Canada 255, okay, you can push and start your discretion. Check WestJet 73 off your right, pushing as well.
Actual push, reference the WestJet, Canada 255.
West B2, watch the distance on the push. Air Canada off your left, pushing off the gate.
Oh yeah, we got the Air Canada inside. We're doing a straight back push, WestJet 32.
Roger, thanks. Trans
Clear.
20, station's cleared. Toronto Pearson Airport. The Vogue 2 departure flight plan to route.
It's a CTX. Hang on, I'll get that in just a second.
Clear to Toronto by Vogue 2 departure plan route, runway 31, 471 CS, and gas 40.
Air Canada, sorry, Transat 420, thanks for readback correct. Call me push there.
Delivery Air Canada 511, IFR to Pearson.
Air Canada 511, clearance, clear Toronto Pearson Airport, Vogue 2 departure, flight plan to route. Departure runway 31, squawk code is 4731.
Let's let him read back.
Clear to Toronto, Vogue 2, runway 31, flight plan route 4731, Air Canada 511.
11, your readback correct, call me push there.
I cleared stop to 3514, gate 4, ready to push.
United 291, ground to point 9 for taxi.
Then stop to 3514, gate 4, ready to push.
United 3514, ground to push and start at your discretion. Watch for an Airbus off your right, pushing as well.
Okay, Delta 3514 will watch the Airbus on the right, pushing from gate 4.
And Air Canada 255, we're off the street back.
Okay. Okay, we see him. We're pushing straight anyway.
960, ground now 121.
Let's go ahead and get right side pack off and ground start on.
Air Canada, sorry, good day, call ground, Air Canada 960.
Wait for 20%. Watch what's going on behind us.
Air Canada 270, watch about 5 minutes to get for push.
Air Canada 270, ground, you can push and start now. And actually, yeah, push and start.
Alright, push and start, Air Canada.
Race is on, yeah, right?
Watch for 737 traffic off your left when you push.
Yep, that's copy, we'll get straight back.
Delivery Air Canada 215, looking to take a live for Toronto.
Air Canada
Okay, 2040-60 basically. Go up top. Pack and, whoops, pack and Jen. And left side pack off and ground.
And then that's filed runway 31, squawk 47, sorry, 4747. Is that US message?
4743.
4743, Air Canada 215, thank you.
Air Canada 215, heavy readback correct, call me push.
Will call.
20%.
Air Canada 511, ready push.
Canada 511, stand by, seems with 5 minutes, but you get good.
That should be about it right there. Okay, parking brake back on. We're done with that guy. Okay. 2040-60, alright, so let's get the pack back on. Generator on. Bleeds on. APU bleed off. ISO valve off. APU off. Let's come down here and do flight control check. Not really checking yoke movement. We should be checking control surface movement, but we'll just say it's all good. Let's go ahead and get flaps 5 and 5 1/4 on the trim.
We got the traffic.
Delivery Walker 271 with Golf, Fire
Walker 271, clear Toronto Pearson Airport, Vogue 2 departure, flight plan to route, departure runway 31, squawk 4733.
Alright, probe heat.
Clear to Pearson, Vogue 2 departure, flight plan route, runway 31, squawk 4733.
Parking brake is off. Foot brake's on. Config check passed.
United 291, are you on frequency?
Oops. And then let's get our ground diagram up. We're over here. And we're going to 3-1, so I'm assuming it's going to be something like Echo Hotel.
Clear in SkyWest 5491 to Chicago here.
Still golf.
That was 5491, Winnipeg clearance, good day. Cleared, well, actually, stand by here, your flight plan just deleted. Yeah, it's gone. Okay. You're going to refile that, Dallas, sorry.
Power back just a little bit.
Air Canada 270, ground point 9, taxi, good day.
Never really do this at the terminal. You get the tug to push you back a little bit, but we'll cheat.
Clearance, Dallas 5491, you have it now? Dallas 5491, yes, I got it again now. Thanks. Cleared to the Chicago O'Hare Airport to the Vogig at 2 departure. No, it just deleted it again. Something's going on here when I click the departure.
Somebody backfilled our gate already.
Right, sorry, you're going to have to send that one more time, and I'm just going to click that in and start it on. Yeah.
Delta 3514, gate 4, golf ready.
Good day. Air Canada 255, ground point 9, taxi.
Air Canada 22, Delta Survey, ready to push.
Sorry, who was that for the push?
Stand 8.
Air Canada 22 Delta, stand by. There's the traffic blocking your path.
We stand by for the traffic.
Air Canada 270, Young clearance here.
Air Canada 270, we are ready for taxi.
Ground now 1219.
0.9 for taxi, thanks.
Wayshed 382 still with me, or are you with ground? Delta 3514 still with me?
Yep, we're ready to go.
Ground now 0.9, good day.
Great work, Delta 3514, we'll see you.
See you, buddy.
Air Canada 5.
Air Canada 270, Winnipeg ground, hello. Taxi runway 31, the altimeter 3006. Apron at your discretion, Echo Hotel Charlie, hold short runway 31. Okay, runway 31, apron at our discretion, Echo Hotel Charlie, hold short 31, Air Canada 270.
At ground, Delta 3514 off gate 4 with golf, we're ready to go.
Delta 3514, stand by, WestJet 382.
Yeah, so that Air Canada's rolling.
31, the altimeter 3006, apron at your discretion, Echo Hotel Charlie, hold short runway 31.
EHC.
Come to the altimeter, Echo Hotel Charlie, hold short 31.
We're going to get the same exact thing. We're going to say we're going to get follow WestJet.
Delta 3514, taxi runway 31, the altimeter 3006, apron at your discretion, Echo Hotel Charlie, hold short runway 31, and follow the Air Canada and WestJet.
Alright, Delta 3514 will be third in line, apron, then Echo Hotel Charlie on 3006 to runway 31. Alright. Taxi light comes on.
Air Canada 960, contact tower 118.3, have a good flight.
Contact tower, Air Canada 960, good day.
Pretty sure we're just going to follow those guys. I'm not going to worry too much about the taxiway, but it's straight out and then make a left, basically.
Winnipeg ground, Canadian 715.
Alright, ground,
taxiing apron 6.
Brake check done.
For runway 31 by Bravo.
Go ahead and get off the ramp, and then we'll get
Canadian 753.
weather and radar. Weather and terrain radar, rather.
Runway 31, the altimeter 3006, apron at your discretion, Charlie, hold short runway 36.
Okay, try hold short 36, Canadian 7153, and we can take a departure off of 36 if it makes things easier for you.
No, I need to check this tower.
Weather and terrain, all set. Getting left in the dust here. Let's step it up.
Verify for WestJet 32, our squawk was 4730 or 4732?
4730 also.
Canadian 7153, cross runway 36, hold short 31.
When we get up to
Canadian 7153.
Destination calling.
Kenny says, I just missed you. Heard you just before disconnecting.
It was for
No worries, man.
verify squawk code
So we get up to the hold short. PARA alert. Continuous ignition. Oh, and the continuous ignition I got on the on these switches as well. So that's another thing I can do without having to mouse up there.
4730. Roger, 4730. Why is that 30? 32, thanks.
It looks like we got a few departures ahead of us here, so not going to be at a huge rush.
118.3, have a good flight.
Tower 118.3, Air Canada 270, bye.
Best jet 382, same for you. Contact Tower 118.3, have a good flight.
Tower 18-3, West at 382, bye.
Since we are
3514, same for you. Tower 118.3, have a good flight.
Alright, Towers 18-3, up 3514, we'll see you. Alright, let's see if I can do that via hardware. Just tap this button and toggle over.
On hold pound sequence.
Yep, we're good.
Push at 382, hello.
And up 3514 behind him.
3514, hello. Yeah, sorry guys, it's a bit of a wait here.
Alright, since we're basically pulling up in line, get the taxi light off.
7153, approaching runway 31.
Kind of our indication to everybody around that we're
on Charlie.
Not really doing anything, not really going anywhere.
7153, hello.
Alright. Number 8.
256, contact departure now, 119.5.
Number 8 says Mad Noob. Okay, 19.5, I do have that confirmed as in my standby. We can look down here and see it, but I can see it right on this little panel thing. That's awesome.
Runway heading, the wind's 24, Tank gusting 15 from threshold, clear for takeoff, runway 31.
Runway heading, runway 31, clear for takeoff, Air Canada 61.
Alright, see you across Hyperloop. Alright, let me go back and catch up with the Slant Artwork Adventure.
Line up on wait. Air Canada 4949.
CDXCB wants a leaning tower of Jenga blocks here. Alright, I'll see what I can do with that. Oops. Parking brake didn't come off when my lever went up, but there we go. Yeah, a tower of Jenga blocks going from the stadium to the tower observation level is going to basically take over the entire picture. So let me see if I can incorporate that some other way.
Air Canada 621, departure now, 119.5.
119.5, Air Canada 621, so long.
Fuck.
Okay, so I've got a modified version of your request going into the artwork adventure there, CTXB.
Air Canada 49 heavy, fly runway heading, the wind's 24, tank gusting 15 from threshold, clear for takeoff, runway 31.
Takeoff runway 31, Air Canada 4949.
Yeah, my parking brake lever doesn't like to
behind the departing heavy, line up
doesn't like to disengage here.
Hit up 2147, line up.
Alright, so it'll be TARA, cabin crew. The TAR is the only thing I'm going to have to mouse down to do. Cabin crew alert's going to be on the switch, continuous ignition's on a switch, and then all the lights are on the switch.
Beautiful day. If it helps you out, we can depart visually as well.
Canadian 7153, yeah, we stopped our VDP procedures just because of sequencing up in the terminal there, but I'll let you know.
Okay, no worries. We can stick with IFR. It's all good.
Alright. So I put a massive pile of Jenga blocks there, standing right on the infield. I didn't want it to take over the entire picture there, CTXTB, but I didn't want to not incorporate it, so we got the Jenga blocks there piled up just above the apex of the roof there. So hopefully that's close enough.
2147, caution wake turns for the departing 777 ahead, the wind's 340 at 10, gusting 15 from Threshold, clip takeoff, runway 31.
Clear for takeoff, runway 31, Delta 2147.
I didn't engage the parking brake this time, so. Fortunately, Winnipeg and Manitoba is very, very flat. Southern Manitoba is very, very flat. So we just left the brakes released and no parking brake on, and we didn't roll anywhere, unfortunately. They're getting folks out pretty efficiently here, and I don't expect any terminal delays for us because we're going to Minneapolis, and most of these guys are going eastbound. They're going to Toronto, and that's, of course, the other field, the other featured airport in the event. We're making a stop first, so we're going to not be following the crowd. Now, Minneapolis, do they have any ATC on? No, they don't have anybody on right now. Now, hopefully that'll change, but you see there's a massive conga line going east, and they're just going to release us and send us on our way. So we shouldn't be subject to too much in the way of metering or anything like that. The only thing that might happen is if all these guys are going to Toronto and there's some sort of a metering delay to Toronto, we're now stuck in line.
Delta 2147, continue runway heading. You can contact departure now, 119.5.
19.5, runway heading, Delta 2147.
I think we're about number 5. I didn't count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're number 5. I'm not sure where that aircraft is in the sequence. It looks like he's waiting. So he may not be in the sequence with us. So we're number 5 or number 6, depending on where that aircraft on the other side of the runway is holding for.
Air 7 Mike Lima, fly runway heading, the wind's 340 at 10, gusting 15 from Threshold Cliffs, takeoff runway 31.
From Threshold Cliffs, takeoff runway 31, Air 7 Mike Lima heading.
So, our desired departure time was 1:45. It's now 5. It's now looking like it's going to be about 5 after, maybe 10 after. So.
Air 960, line up runway 31.
Line up at wait at runway 31, Air Canada 960.
His parking brake got stuck on also. There he goes. Yeah, so this guy over here. They're just not able to get him out. I'm not sure what his status is, but they're just not able to get him out yet. He's going to North Bay. So he's another one that won't be caught up in the delays of the Toronto mess. Who's going after me? Yeah, I don't know why they would hold him if he's going to North Bay. He's not in like a massive sequencing queue. Yeah,
but 960, caution release turbines from the departing heavy ahead. The wind's 240 at 10, gusting 15 from Threshold Cliffs, takeoff runway 31.
Yeah, they're launching him pretty good here, Mad Dude. I agree.
31, Air Canada 960.
Tower Evening National Cargo 667, becoming an apron Victor on short of hotel, looking to join the convoy.
Tower, we still on your frequency level 4000, Air Canada 7 Mike Lima heading.
Air Canada 7 Mike Lima Heavy. Yeah, roger. It's runway heading 4000, and you can contact departure now 119.5.
Yeah, runway heading departure 4000. 19.5. Air Canada 7 Mike Lima Heavy, good day.
Air Canada 270, line up and wait, runway 31.
Line up and wait, runway 31, Air Canada 270.
And Canadian 7153, you're going to be behind us, Air Canada, ahead of you there.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, check rear.
So you'll be ahead of me.
Air Canada.
Behind that Air Canada that's taking the runway now. So that's fine. But they're launching them pretty quick.
Good evening, National Cargo 66 Heavy coming to Apron Victor, short of hotel.
Cargo 66 Heavy, roger.
So that puts us 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry, last station calling towers again. Air Canada 255, negative. He's going to be behind you.
That's a TARA.
270, contact departure 119.5, airborne, the wind 340, 10 gusting 15.
Alert crew, continuous ignition and lights, that's it.
Alright, airborne 119.5, runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 31 now, Air Canada 270.
Air Canada 960, contact departure now 119.5.
Contact departure in Air Canada 960. Thank you, good day.
Canadian 7153, behind the departing Air Canada, line up away, runway 31.
Line up 31, Canadian 7153.
So we're number 3 at this point. Yeah, what? Who was our delivery controller? Yeah, that guy was putting on a master class. With the same guy that's been on this entire time. Time on 124, yeah. So that's been him. Okay, so there's your guy. He needs some positive feedback, guys. We'll make sure we take care of that. I mean, they've all done a nice job here at the airport so far, but that guy was standout.
Canadian 7153, the winds are 340, 10 gusting 15, fire runway heading, you're close to takeoff, runway 31.
Iowa Scotsman is here.
Alright,
How are you,
quick takeoff, Canadian 7153.
Okay. As soon as he
Westhead 382, line up away,
gets
runway
rolling,
21.
we are number 2. Okay, so we're officially number 1 now. We'll go ahead and get TA and RA on. Then ring the cabin. Continuous ignition. Then strobe lights as we take the runway. By the way, I've got the so on the 737, the nav lights is moves that switch down. Strobe lights moves that switch up. But I've got that set with my nav lights and strobe lights switch, so the alpha switches work. But they put that in the correct position based on the position of these two. This one three-way toggle moves in conjunction with the position of these two-way toggles on the yoke. So
I appreciate that.
That's a plus. Iowa Scotsman, yeah, looking good. Eyes doing all right. Yeah. Tiny little bit of blurriness still on this one. I noticed at work today. I'm not noticing it right now, but it was a little tough to read emails today. But other than that, everything's good. Irritation's all gone, swelling's all gone, puffiness, redness all gone. And if the blurriness doesn't seem like it's persisting now, everything on these screens seems pretty good. So I think I'm all right now.
Runway heading 31, clear for takeoff, Westhead 382.
Okay, so cleared onto the runway, we get the strobes on. And then clear.
3514, line up away, runway 31, behind the departing Westhead.
Alright, to Delta 3514, we'll line up and wait for 31. Alright, cleared onto the runway now, strobe lights coming on. And then, like I said, the landing light, my landing lights is going to do all 4 landing lights plus the turn-off lights all at once there. So we'll be ready to go with that once we get takeoff clearance.
Solid Walker 271 joining the
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Jet Pilot Cinnamon is here.
71 Tower, hello.
Says I should have received the package today. I don't think we checked the cluster box today, JPC, but
1776, hello.
I'll go grab it first thing tomorrow morning.
Tower, Transat 420, behind the American to join the line.
Okay, Transat 420, hello.
VNAV and heading. Auto throttle kicked off somehow, but there it's on. Flight director.
3514, fly runway heading, the wind's 340, Tango C15 from threshold, cliff takeoff, runway 31.
Alright, clear for takeoff 31, runway heading, Delta 3514.
Air Canada 215 behind the departing Delta, line up away, runway 21.
Forward facing lights on, we'll spin the engines up, everything looking good, and we'll go ahead and engage Toga.
Airspeed alive.
A little bit of forward pressure on the yoke to hold the nose wheel down until the 80 knot call.
80 knots.
Okay, there we go. Forward pressure released. Steering with rudder now, not tiller.
Unknown time, I assume it'll be less than 5 minutes.
All good.
V1 rotating.
Air Canada 3, correction, west at 325, haven't told you already. Contact departure now, 119 at
Pitch to the white bug. Got the wheels coming up.
Tower, Sky West 5491, we're in sequence on 31. Any chance we could maybe depart a different runway, try to skip the line? Going to Chicago here.
Sky West 3591, yeah, unfortunately there's quite a few people in front of you there. They would not like me, so no, you'll be staying on 31.
Okay, but Toronto's ground stop, right? But not all departures out of here.
Yeah, Winnipeg departures there's a ground stop for now. I'll let you know when that changes.
Okay, we got the
Winnipeg's ground stop, not Toronto's ground stop. 491 then.
Correct.
Flaps coming up.
Delta 3514, departure now, 119.5.
19.5, Delta 3514. Winnipeg departure Delta 3514 is 3,500 going to 4.
Canadian 7153, new squawk.
I'm not sure why it kicked out of VNAV mode.
Airspeed, low. Standing by, 53.
Not sure why it kicked out of VNAV mode, but there we are, we're at 250.
Sheriff, this is no time to panic. This is the perfect time to panic.
Laps are up. Continuous ignition off.
05 in the box, Canadian 7153.
Gear depressurized, auto brake off. So yeah, we're runway heading. 4,000.
Yeah, I may need a bit.
Yeah, so something caused the VNAV to kick off, but that's okay. We're here. Departure Delta 3514 is 4,000.
Delta 3514, Winnipeg departure identified. Flying 8,000.
Got up to 8,000, Delta 3514.
Departures west at 382, 4,000.
8,000.
2 Winnipeg departure
VNAV.
identified. Climb 10,000.
110,000 west at 382.
Okay, it's picking up. Okay, yeah, we'll have to watch the playback to see
Winnipeg departure.
what happened with the VNAV kicking off and the speed not picking up. But once I saw the speed pop up here, you know, I should have just cranked it up to 250, knowing that it was going to keep that low speed bug.
Okay, 960, turn right heading 130.
But we're all good. We got to figure that out.
Turn heading 130, Air Canada.
Everything is fine.
Air Canada 960.
Air Canada 270, proceed direct Roma on course. Proceed direct Roma
I guess
on
the taxi
course,
light
Air
can be
Canada
on in
270.
addition to our rest of our forward-facing lights. Right, and like I said, so we shouldn't be stuck in any kind of traffic delay if he remembers that we're not joining this line, he should remember to send us down this way.
Evening chance for higher for Delta 2147.
Delta 2147, standby.
That's okay. We got airborne about 10 after.
Aircam 49 Heavy, contact Winnipeg Center 13462.
13462.
Assuming that's going to be our
Thank you, sir.
frequency as well. So just get that ready to go.
Delta 2147, climb flight level 230. I'll hire for you shortly.
All right, we're level at 220. We'll wait for you, Delta 2147.
Delta 2147, that was climb flight level 230. I'll hire for you shortly.
230, Delta 2147.
Alright, let's up the map range a little bit, see if we can see that point that they're going to vector us to, but it's behind us.
Aircat 270, turn right heading 130. Aircat 7 Mike Lima, contact Winnipeg Center 13462.
Yeah, I think they're taking us all out of the same departure corridor. Even though I'm not going the way the rest of them are. Okay, though. We'll let them work their space. I kind of figured Winnipeg, Toronto was going to be... Whoa, traffic passing right over us there.
Departure, Canadian 7153, follow 220 for follow 230.
9,000. So guess we had 1,000-foot separation there.
Aircraft 71, correction, Canadian 7153, turn right heading 130.
Right heading 130, Canadian 7153.
Delta 3514, turn left heading 180.
Left to 180, down to 3514.
Delta 3514, you can climb flight level 230.
All right, up to 230, down to 3514.
Westjet 382, climb flight level 230. Level 230, West 382.
If I can hit that altitude intervention, I would, but I can't, so we'll just take VNAV off and back on again. Okay, throttle's going back to our N1 climb. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't change the time, so we're doing real weather, real time right now. I guess when we get to Minneapolis, we can back it up a couple of hours. And passing 10,000, we'll be able to get forward-facing lights off, and the climb speed should kick up on its own. And then we'll do a pressurization check as well.
Westjet 382, turn right heading 040.
Actually, we can also get the cabin crew alerted and released. Taxi light, and then all of the landing and turn-off lights, which I love that I can do that all at once now.
Canadian 7153, you're cut all headed.
Cabin altitude is climbing
That's
at a normal rate and at a normal level. Differential's about 1/3 of the way up at 10,000. We expect it'll be 2/3 of the way up at 18, and then fully up for cruise. So, looking good so far.
Sorry, is that for us? Canadian 7153?
Canadian 7153, affirmative. Proceed direct exit Omaha.
Sorry, you
So-
gotta give me that one in alphanumeric because I'm missing that one.
Canadian 7153, it's Alpha X-ray Oscar Mike Alpha. Should be right after Rorma.
Okay, yeah, we only had Rorma Sidpo Degva for our flight plan, but we can go direct XOMO for Canadian 7153.
Canadian 7153, then in that case, direct Rorma would work.
Okay, direct Rorma for Canadian 7153.
Okay, so the speed's almost up to the econ climb speed, so you'll see the vertical rate now start to pick up. And then we should be getting a turn here toward Alito or the next one down the line, possibly.
Delta 3514, proceed direct Aleto.
Direct Alito, Delta 3514. Okay, so there we go. So I'm just going to do that via heading select for now, just to comply with the instruction as quickly as possible. But then let's get it officially done here. We'll copy it, paste it, execute, but then let's make sure we also put it into LNAV mode there. And there we go.
Canadian 7153, you can contact center now.
Yeah, JPC, the eye's feeling much better. The right eye's swelling and redness have all kind of dissipated. This morning at work, I noticed that my vision was still a little bit blurry, but throughout the day, it kind of got better and better, and everything looks good right now. So I think it's pretty much subsided at this point. But yeah, man, Monday was a scary day.
AirCan 270, contact center 13462, and they'll give you a higher. Center 134.62, AirCan
3462 is what I've got tuned in yet, ready to go.
Watch that 382, proceed direct Rorma on course.
Hello, Rorma on course. What's that 382?
A little outside view for you. Kind of coming back over the airport. That might be right there. Where's that over there? We're very near 18,000, which is the point where we would switch from a local to a standard altimeter. That also is where we switch from an altitude in hundreds and thousands, or thousands and hundreds rather,
Watch that 382, proceed direct Rorma.
to a flight level.
Hi, Roger, proceed direct Rorma. What's 382?
Okay, so we're standard times 3. So technically speaking, now we're at flight level 169.
Watch that 382, contact Winnipeg Center 13462 for a higher.
13462, watch that 382.
Although that's not officially official until we get to 180. But really, there's the airport there. Really, the distinction is whether you're calibrated to local or standard, but where you do that depends on the country. And since we're now officially 318, let's also do a second climb check here. So cabin altitude is still at a reasonable level, climbing at a reasonable rate. Different.
Contact Winnipeg Center 13462, still up.
3462, Delta 3514, let's see it. Winnipeg Center, Delta 3514, this is 180 for 230.
Delta 3514, Winnipeg, climb level 280.
Up to 280, Delta 3514.
Watch it 382, direct Dagba.
Direct Dagba, what's the 32?
Anyway, so our slant artwork adventure, for those of you joining late, our slant artwork adventure, this is a side project that we take on the stream to generate an image that is roughly relevant to what we're doing on the stream that day. Since we're going to end the night in Toronto, Canada, we got me at the CN Tower with the Blue Jays mascot on the shoulder, looking down at the Rogers Center with the Slant Alpha banner over the top of the stadium, and a Jenga tower there sitting on second base. We'd like to add to or modify that image. You can cash in 500 on the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabet's points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. Now I'm going to make a modification. Right now. This one's for my wife. In terms of the charts, we don't need the airport diagram anymore. We really don't need the VOSIG 2 departure anymore. The Bainey 4 arrival from Gull.
Delta's 35. Delta's 3514 call. Winnipeg now 24 nothing.
All right, 124.0, 3514. Only 40. So much easier to do. So much easier to do now that I don't have to hold the mouse over anything to do that. But yeah, we can verify. All looking good.
382, call climb level 37. 370.
Winnipeg Center Delta 3514 is 225 going to 280.
Level 3514, center climb level 330.
330 Delta 3514. Okay. So, of course, my wife is a big Orioles fan. I guess I am too.
3442 for 614.
Because she is, therefore I am. So the modification that I added, we decided that the Blue Jay mascot standing on my right shoulder was the devil whispering in my one ear, and the Oriole mascot on my other shoulder is the angel whispering in my other ear. So there you go. There's a modification. That's my modification on behalf of Mrs. Slant right there. And CTXCB wants us to add a Blue Jays branded camping tent on top of the Jenga tower. Camping tent and stove on top of the Jenga tower.
Thanks. Air Canada 2 Heavy direct to Aglet on course, thanks.
Aglet on course, Air Canada 2 Heavy.
Walker 577, Toronto 13442.
Toronto 13442. Great event. Have a good night. Take care.
Yeah, we got that one working for you there, CTXCB. Yeah, Minneapolis reporting 11 gusting to 24. Yeah, Winnipeg was a little gusty as well. We didn't really feel too much of the effect on departure, unfortunately. Excuse me, I gotta get another sip of that Red Bull going. Now the only issue with that is the Red Bull I've got tonight, a little bit, running the mix a little bit enriched. So I've got both a stimulant and a depressant in this cup. That's may or may not help me. So at the moment, no air traffic control down in Mini, so we may end up on the advisory frequency there. You can see the massive conga line heading to Toronto, and then you can see, man, they've got quite a bit of traffic still coming out. A good number of planes still pouring out of Winnipeg, still 16 on the ground waiting to depart as well. So I think this was the right move to not end up in that massive conga line. The only problem is by the time we get to Toronto on our second hop, we might be past the point where they are closing up shop ATC-wise for the evening. So we'll see how it goes. But, you know, we almost always do the two hoppers here on the stream, and I always like mixing up the traffic a little bit so that we're not in one big continuous straight line of traffic, and, you know, always enjoy it. Like
3352, center now, 13462, we'll see you.
What's the one that's SoCal and NorCal? There's Cal Scream. Cal Scream.
14 Minneapolis offline, or should I terminate today?
Over to advisories for Delta 3514. We'll see you. So Cal Scream is great for that. It features like 16 different airports with traffic crisscrossing between them in every which direction, and that's where you really start to feel like you're in a realistic traffic situation. You know, this single file line, you can't imagine, right? What is happening in Toronto that tens of thousands of people all need to get from Winnipeg to Toronto at the same. What sort of mass evacuation is happening in Winnipeg that tens of thousands of people all need to get to Toronto at the same time? Some of these events are fun, but, you know.
Canada 519, Toronto now 134.42. Good day.
It is what it is.
34.42, Fair Canada 509. Good job, thanks. Yep.
I'm doing the tea party tomorrow. Now, Saturdays are almost always family time for me, Matt Dib, so unfortunately that'll be a no. If I were, I would probably have jumped on and controlled for it, because I think ZDC is you know, trying their best to put up a controller staff, because we tend to get a lot of traffic departing out of the Potomac airspace heading toward Boston for that event. But no, Saturday almost always. Saturday almost always is a family day for me. Exceptions would be like a ZDC hosted event, you know, where I would be, you know, kind of called upon to control, or something magical like across the pond, or you know, that venture. We typically that's a Sunday thing usually, but yeah, Saturday events are usually a no-go for me.
Is that 134.42 schematic 221?
I'm gonna go ahead and continue to monitor our frequency. Let's see if I can do this. So we're gonna on-com 2.
Winnipeg, hello. Call you back.
22.8.
Actually, 776, you can disregard. I won't be calling you back for a little bit to Walker. Winnipeg Center, Air Canada 215 at 280.
So we'll switch over to 22.8. Oops, yeah, it double switched. Okay, there we go. So now we're transmitting and receiving on 22.8, but let's continue to monitor Winnipeg Center just for the giggles. So it's so cool to be able to do this from that panel. Mad Noob says, do they have the cure for that virus going around? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I haven't heard about it.
Canada 621, when you're ready to send flight level 290. Might have pressed on a flight level 290.
If I've done this correctly, we go over to VPilot here. Yes, transmitting and receiving off 22.8, but monitoring 24. So if I do a couple of quick clicks when the next person transmits on 24.0, we should not be stepping on them if I do that. We'll check it. Oh, that's why everyone's running from Winnipeg to Toronto. I got you. Sorry, I whooshed on that one. And yeah, in that case, that's why this fleet of planes is coming back, because they got to do a second load, right?
And Winnipeg, Air Canada's.
Okay, yeah. So
70.
So we're able to transmit and receive on 22.8 without interfering with the center frequency on 24.0.
350. Canada 7032, yeah, that's no problem. Send up level 350.
Just about getting up to cruise. I'll tell you what, and I can do the seatbelt signs without having to mouse for it. Yeah. Oh gosh, this is so cool. Having all this stuff on switches is great. I'll run through again the switch assignments. I got the chime on a switch. I got fasten seatbelts on the switch. I got continuous ignition right, continuous ignition left. All of the taxi. I mean, not taxi. All of the landing and turn-off lights are on a single switch, because I almost never manipulate these individually. I was considering using the 7 black switches on top of the Bravo, or 6. Yeah, I mean, I could have done 7 black switches on top of the Bravos for all the forward-facing lights and ignored the Alpha's taxi and landing lights if I wanted to, but I figured I only ever do these all at the same time, so let's just put it all on one switch. And then taxi light there. The position, I love this too. So this is a 3-way switch, right? Down is nav lights only. Up is strobe lights. That works now as well. And then, yeah, my non-functioning toga, I put on another switch, so that works now. And then my non-functioning flaps, I put on another switch, so that works now. So yeah, all the stuff that you need at a fingertips notice is all accessible to me, which is just awesome. I love that. All right, so we're just about up to cruise. Let's go ahead, and we're almost, not quite, just about up to cruise. Cabin altitude is just about leveling out, and differential pressure is just right up under the maximum, so we're all good there.
216.
Engine start. So this switch, as I understand it, the SOP is to use just one or the other set, and it's a redundant set. There's a left and right in the left engine. There's a left and right in the right engine. And my understanding is that the standard operating procedure for most operators is to alternate them in a manner that uses them approximately 50% of the time. So a lot of operators I've heard, odd days use left, even days do right. You know, my typical SOP is if I'm eastbound, I'll do right. If I'm westbound, I'll do left. Whatever your company's SOP is, it's typical to have it on one or the other, but as long as you use them approximately half of the time. That's my understanding. I mean, you know, my understanding could be flawed, but that's what I've that's what I've heard. Why have both? Redundancy. Same reason you have, you know, 2 magnetos.
Get that 206, Toronto now 134.42, thanks for the help.
3442, get that 260.
Alright, so we're up at cruise. Go ahead and give our announcement. What do we get off? 10 minutes after the hour? Okay. Greetings on the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 33,000 feet. We turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Tim Hortons. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Minneapolis once we are getting ready to start our way down there. Thanks again for flying with us on Delta Flights 3514 service to Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Canada 255, direct to Dexon course if you're not already. I can't remember what the direct was.
I don't know what I gave you, but just in case, go direct to such and such. Just to plan ahead. What's the common traffic advisory frequency at Minneapolis, St. Paul? 26.7. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see, 26.7. I'm going to put that in Com 2s. So I tend to do that.
Turn left, heading 270.
Left heading 270, route 216.
26.7.
And let me know when you can get back to a...
Not going to swap in. So right on the right hand, on the left hand side, we're just monitoring center. On the right hand side, we're currently transmitting and receiving on the generic advisory. And then when we get down closer to Mini, we'll swap it into the local advisory. But even though we're transmitting and receiving on that, I want my left control to just have reflect the COM1 frequencies, just for simplicity's sake. So there we go there. And then let's get a weather update. We're actually not that far from top of descent already. About 100 miles from top of descent already. So let's take a peek. Does not look like we're going to have VATSIM air traffic control services there, at least at the moment. So we're going to prepare as though we are on our own. Let's get a weather observation at KMSP. Yeah, whoever said it earlier. 020 at 11 gust 24. 7 statute miles. Oh, this is a corrected. Because we were looking at it earlier. Well, so this is the 31st at 22:53. This is the 31st at 23:53. That was 8 p.m. But this was corrected. A bunch of stuff jumping on up here, but nothing from Mini. Okay. So 020. 11 gusting to 24. So wind coming mostly out of the north, and that's why I said 300 seems to make more sense. But 300 to 020, what is that? That's a 60. That's an 80-degree offset. So that's almost a bang-on crosswind. That's going to make life interesting.
Starfleet 1 Heavy, you can call Toronto 134.
Just for curiosity's sake, what's real-world landing there? Google D-ATIS KMSP. Yeah. 422 is closed. Yeah, I was going to say runway 4 would be ideal, but I believe that 422 is closed. So they're landing on the 30s.
Hello, climb flight level 350.
Level 350
So that's kind of what I've assumed. And I kind of also assume, and it's not a dead set given, but it's kind of an assumption that if you're coming from the north, it makes more sense to wind up on a right downwind for the right side.
That was 5491 Minneapolis offline.
Yeah, just an educated guess. Really could put it. Looks like this SID works either way, but it makes more sense to come down to the right downwind to the right side. So we got Osmo there, and then we're going to join the approach at Turtle. I'm not sure how those connect necessarily. We could kind of work our way onto the approach at Sam's. When we see the tactical picture when we get there, we'll figure out exactly where the star ends and the SID where the star ends and the approach begins, and we'll adjust as necessary. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and start setting up for the ILS 30 right approach. 110.7 and 301 is the frequency and course. 110.7 and 301. I got a mouse, a yoke button for that.
Back from 38, you can call center 13462. 13462, back from 38, thank you.
And then if we go missed on that, it's a, what is it? It's straight to 13, right to 3, direct to GEP. And that's 117.3. What's the hold course there? 117.3 and a 117. So we get that set on the right side in case we need it. 17.3 and a 117 over here.
Yeah, 259, sir. Hello.
So straight to 13, I think it was. Straight to 13, right to 3. That initial to 13. Yeah, straight to 13, slight right to 3. Direct to GEP. And of course, the FMZ is going to have all this in it too, and we're going to double check to make sure that it's correct. But we're tuning the raw data beacons. Well, first for the ILS, we have to tune that and track that way. The aircraft will automatically switch over to that once we hit the approach button. But the raw data on the mist we have just in case we've got some sort of an FMC guidance failure. But we're going to double check that all this is correct in the FMC as well. Matter of fact, we need to double check that star. Make sure that the Bainey 4 has the correct points with all the restrictions in it as well.
You're being vectored for hold staging right now, so
but
keep on that heading and I'll have a turn for you here in the next couple minutes.
Let's finish up setting the approach minimums. We know it's a really bitching right to left crosswind, gusty right to left crosswind. We also know the ceilings. I think we said 6,500, so we should, and if that observation holds up, that shouldn't be a problem. We're going to be intercepting well below that, but we've got a little bit of a reduced visibility at 7 statute miles, but still shouldn't be an issue. Well above minimums. And speaking of minimums, as far as the minimum decision altitude 1072, so we'll go ahead and dial that in for our alerter.
Cruise 216 direct to Agman on course now, thanks.
And once you get a roll and it starts to pick up speed, it's not too bad.
Cruise 216, apologies about that.
That's fine.
1072, is that what I said? And 72. Let's make sure that was for the correct category. ILS. Yeah, ILS 1072 for all categories. Localizer only at 1320, but for 1072 for all categories. And runway visual range of 4,000 feet, but that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah, fine, report back.
Okay, thanks.
All right, 1072. Let's finish setting that. Good fixes is here.
It's finger licking good.
And then, so where are we parking? We're parking on the north side as well. We're parking at Charlie Pier. So off of the right side. We're going to want to come back here before the Alpha Bravo alley. Landing 30 right. We're going to want to turn off as soon as we can. So I'm going to put a pretty robust auto brake on to shorten up the taxi. We don't have to cook the brakes and do a max or anything like that, but we're going to want to vacate quickly and save time and fuel on the taxi in. So we'll put a little extra strain on the brakes in order to shorten up that taxi and save a little fuel. Oh my goodness, good fixin' says I just got back from Fogo de Chao. Too much food, no such thing. Hope you got some of the grilled pineapple. The grilled pineapple was legendary at the table in San Diego when a bunch of VAT USA staff went, and they invited me along to Fogo de Chao at Flight Sim Expo in San Diego, and man, that was. We told our server, look, extra tip in it for you if you bring us some grilled pineapple, and just keep it coming. Just keep it coming. There was, I think, 8 of us at the table. We were just like, just don't stop bringing us pineapple. We will take care of you. And we did. And she was a sweetie, and she delivered. Ugh. Right, let's run through the approach briefing and make sure that I haven't missed anything here. Approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course is set. I do need to set the FMC. Missed approach altitude, we said was straight to 13, right to 3. We do need to check the FMC, so we're holding on that. V speeds, no, we didn't do that either. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's do that first. Let's do a flaps 30 at 153. Alright, so, and what's the additive? So that's V ref, 153. What's the additive? Half of the sustain, so we'll go 6. And then full difference of the gust. So 13 and 6 is 19. So we'll just say we're going to add 20. So this is going to be a fast approach. 20 would be the max. The range, the additive is going to be anywhere between 5 and 20, but it looks like we're going to be basically at 20. So V approach is going to be 173. Well, we'll just round that to 170 because that's going to be our kind of intercept speed anyways. So V, so intercept speed will be 170, and then V approach will be also 170, and then 153 over the threshold.
Okay.
Or 153 ref speed, not necessarily speed over the threshold, I should say.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Anyway, and then so we got to go through the FMC legs, not just for the approach, but also for the star itself, and make sure that everything is good here. We're going to check this Manny arrival, Gull at 240 or above, Schultz at 200 or above, Lucy at 11,280 on the speed, go for VOR 10,250. And then Osmo at 8,210. So let's verify all that, and then when we get over here to the approach, we assume we're going to be on this right downwind, Turtle, Soggy, Sam's. Once we get to Sam's, after Turtle, 5 to Soggy, and then 4 to Sam's. And then here we go, Jacko at 3, and that's your FAF, so that's the last one that's going to be in there. And then we can also put the runway fix in the fix page. So Gull at 240, Schultz at 2, Bainey at 15. Is that what I said? I remember saying 15. Oh, because I missed that one, but it is there. Bainey at 15 and 280, Lucy at 11 and 280. And then Gopher 10 and 250. Purple at 9. Osmo at 8 to 10.
134.42.
And then we'll vector ourselves. We'll figure out where Turtle, Soggy, and Sam's are. We'll figure out how we're joining. But Turtle at 7. Does that seem right? Yeah, 7,000. Yep. Okay, and then it's no lower than 5 at Soggy, right? And then no lower than 4 at Sam's, and then it's 3 at Jacko. We can go ahead and copy that. We'll paste it into the fixed page in the moment. And then the missed approach, as we said, straight to 13 and right to 3 to go for VOR. Okay, so that's all good. We can paste that in there, and we'll put the 4-mile and 10-mile ring around that, so we'll have some situational awareness. By the time we hit the 10-mile ring, let's go ahead and lower the altitude here. Seatbelt lights can come on. I'll come back to the altitude. So by the time we hit the 10-mile ring, that's when we should start configuring for landing if we haven't already. By the time we hit the 4-mile ring, that's when we need to be fully configured for landing, if we're not already. Okay, so I think our approach briefing is indeed complete. So a real quick check of the fuel configuration. Yeah, very, very symmetrical, so we're good there. And yeah, we'll do a cabin announcement here in just a moment. But I would say, other than the last thing is, what are we descending to? So if we were told descend via the Bainey for arrival runway 30 right transition, that gets us down to 8,000 as long as we meet all these intermediate restrictions on the way. We could basically say from that, we're okay, we're cleared all the way down to 8,000 feet. We're not cleared any now. I mean, obviously, we were expecting the 30 right approach, but at this point we would not be cleared for that approach yet, so we are not cleared to any of these altitudes yet. But when you hear descend via the blank blank arrival, you are cleared to the lowest altitude on that arrival. And that's as low as you're cleared until you get further descent instructions. So let's say we're cleared all the way down to 8. And we have started the descent now. I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and yeah, we are transmitting and receiving on COM 2. I'm going to unmonitor COM 1 now. So we're on the advisory frequency, the general advisory frequency, but the airport-specific advisory frequency is 26.7. So we'll go ahead and switch to that. I mean, I don't think there's too much coordination we'll have to do for that. Really nobody. Yeah, there's nobody crossing our paths here. What altitude is this one at? 6,000 feet. He doesn't seem to be going across our path, and then these two guys ahead of us to the airport. You know, obviously we'll coordinate. Once we get too close to the airport, we'll give some announcements so that these guys know when to expect us and what to expect us to do. But other than that, I think we're good for now. Oh, CTXCB, I never did end up showing you the result of your last request there, but we did get the camp set up on top of the Jenga block. I forgot all about that, man. I got a little busy there, forgot all about you, but we did get the camping set up on top of the Jenga block. So there's our slant artwork adventure, although we might not be able to add anything to that until we get down.
Minneapolis traffic Delta 2147, we're about 20 to the northwest, inbound 12 right out of 8,000 feet.
Yeah, so we're 240. There's no need for us to call you. Last but not least, let's update the weather, and then let's go ahead and update our passengers. So yeah, it's still the same observation from last time. So nice gusty winds, slightly reduced visibility, and mostly cloudy skies is what we'll call. Well, yeah, overcast skies. 2998. We'll get ready to switch to that here in just a moment. Temperature 20, which is 68 degrees. So high 60s, windy and overcast. What did I just say? 2998. We'll go ahead and switch that over now. Why not? Just almost down to 180 already anyway. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs and we have started our descent down into Minneapolis. The weather there is in the high 60s with complete overcast and very gusty winds, slightly reduced visibility there as well. We will do our best to get you on the ground safely. If we have to change our plans, we'll let you know, but for right now, expect to be on the ground in about 20 minutes. Thanks again for flying with us on Delta Flight 3514 service to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Two in front of us going for the 12s. Well, that's on them. That's fine. They're gonna be out of the way by the time we get there anyway. It's almost a bang on crosswind. It was slightly more favorable to the 30s, and what tipped the scale for me, Real World, I think last we checked, yeah, Real World is landing and departing 30s. Now that doesn't mean that those guys have to do that, and it doesn't mean we have to do that. you know, if they were still in a flow with them by the time we get up there, then yeah, it would make more sense for us to. It would make more sense for us to kind of fall in line and do what they're doing. But I think they're going to be out of the way by the time we get there. So it should conflict. It does indeed look like they're setting up for... Yeah, the Air Canada does indeed look like it's setting up for 12 right. I didn't hear, I wasn't listening. It does look like he's kind of doing the same thing. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll knock the map range down one here. We are... We're about 40 north. I'll go ahead and make a call. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 3514. It's about 40 north, 180 descending. We're going to set up for the right downwind to 30 right. I know you guys are on 12, but we'll be out of our way. We're still a ways out, Minneapolis.
Yeah, that's fine. We're on final. Both of us are pretty close to the runway now, so we saw you behind us, and thanks for coming to Minneapolis.
Yeah, no problem. It's a bang on crosswind either way, so flip of the coin, right?
Exactly. Well, I live about 6 miles from the airport, so I can see my house from here.
Lovely weather you're having. All right. All good. Tiny little bit of non-operational chit-chat, but kept it reasonable. That's not a good example, but kept it reasonable. Still have the terrain radar on the right. We got a little bit of a cloud here in front of us, probably. I mean, we could have... Let's do it. Let's do a little bit of a diversion here around the... Whoops, didn't have the heading. Didn't have the heading bug set where I wanted it, did I? Making this turn a little late as well. We're going to be through the cloud no matter what at this point. Made that decision too much later than I should have. Also, so I just accidentally bumped off the course. It was 301, as I recall. So we'll set that back to where it was. Yeah, so I should have been paying attention to that massive weather formation earlier, and then we could have gone around some of the worst of it here. Looks like we're a little too late in it. Doesn't look like we got any precip return showing. I do have the weather radar on, don't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Let's get past the worst looking piece of it, and then we'll redirect ourselves to Gopher. Yeah, obviously if air traffic control had been on, we would have needed to request that deviation for weather. Oh man, I did the same thing. 301, and let's move the heading bug over here. And then let's rejoin the arrival at Gopher. Alright, so now because of the deviation, it's a little bit lower than it wants to be path-wise. But it's adjusting that now, and we'll be back on our vertical plan here momentarily. Coming up on 10,000, and we're a little bit early on this, but let's go ahead and just finish final prep for the approach. Let's go ahead and alert the cabin crew. Let's go ahead and get our forward-facing lights on. We've done the approach briefing already. And then when we go to landing checks, it'll just be alert cabin crew. Missed approach altitude, alert cabin crew, continuous ignition of spoilers. Those guys should be just about clearing the runway now.
And up 2147, we're down at clear runway 12 right.
And on top of that, they're taking the right side on the southeastbound side. We're taking the right side on the northwestbound side. We wouldn't have conflicted anyway. It occurred to me, you know, we started doing these shorts. We've started publishing clips from our live streams on 4 different shorts platforms about 3 months ago, and it just occurred to me earlier today, like, I don't think I've ever once shown a landing. I don't think anybody that has become a follower on any 4 of the shorts platforms that we're on believes we know how to land a plane. So I'm hoping at least one of the 2 tonight will be clip worthy. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, going through a little bit of soup here, Kenny. Surface is fine if the observation that we got holds up. We're going to break through at 65 for the bases. We do have a little bit of reduced visibility, 7 statute miles at surface. But we should be through the bases at 65, and we're intercepting the approach at 4, so I think we'll be okay if the the observation holds up. Thick cloud layer, but no precip noted here. Perfect timing. As soon as we get on the ground, we'll rectify this situation here. Minneapolis traffic Delta 3514 is about 15 north and setting up for the right downwind 30 right, Minneapolis. Alright, so yeah, so after Osmo...
Yeah, have a good landing. We'll see you later.
Osmo, and then, yeah, just direct turtle seems like it'll be fine. So let's just go ahead and make that official. And then, honestly, you know, we can cut ourselves on it even shorter. We don't need to go all the way out to that far. We're the only one in the pattern. We can vector ourselves a little bit more aggressively. Try to hit it to about a 10-mile final. Yeah, so one little procedural thing I messed up earlier. I punched it into heading mode in order to deviate myself around the cloud. Had the heading bug completely the wrong way. So anytime you're bored, you know, that's always a good thing to do, is match up your heading bug just in case you need it. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and tell the FMC now that we're cleared, or the mode control panel that we're cleared down to the approach altitudes of 3,000. So we'll go ahead and lower that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cut that a little bit short. Matter of fact, what's our current? Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll just fly a straight downwind, and then we'll cut over. We'll plan to join final just inside that 10-mile mark there. I mean, that's how I would vector it if I was working an approach sector. Not that I work this airspace, but I kind of point him right to the 10-mile ring and then give him the intercept heading. So we'll follow that same pattern here. And I'm just going to go ahead and call it 210. We'll just pop a vertical speed of 1,000 feet down. Matter of fact, since we're 210, let's go ahead and get a couple notches of flaps out. No, I always say by the 10-mile ring you should start configuring for arrival if you haven't already. Well, I mean, that's more for when you're coming toward the airport. However, since we are getting ready to just join that right at a 10-mile fix, we'll go ahead and start getting configured. And that's always kind of a drop-dead point. You often will start configuring for the arrival prior to reaching that 10-mile ring, but that's kind of your checkpoint. Like, hey, have we started deploying drag? Okay. If not, we need to be ready to do that. Yeah, I got some smoke and some haze here, man. Get a little bit more of a robust descent going here, since we want to be at Sam's at like 4 and then Jacko at 3. Yes, we can't do the next notch of flaps until we get down under 200. Yeah, it says we're way below the path, but we're not going as far out as it thinks we are. So let's kind of give it an idea here. We're going to take ourselves more or less direct to Jacko, although not directly like we're going to tell it we are. Come on. Uh-oh, did we freeze? Uh-oh. This is not good. I think we're about to crash. Not about to crash the plane. I think the sim's about to crash. Yeah, this is not good. Guess we're not getting that clip-worthy landing, huh? Try a couple things, see if I can get it going again here. Yeah, I think we're toast, friends. I think we're toast. Oh, well. That's disappointing. We haven't had one of those in a long, long time. All right, well, let's reboot at Minneapolis, and we'll get ready for Leg 2 and head to Toronto. Let's go ahead and take a bit of an intermission. We'll go ahead and get back to the title screen for this one, and we will be back with you in just a few moments, guys. Sorry about that. That's always disappointing. Fortunately, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, man, it's a heartbreaker. We'll load back in at Minneapolis, and we'll get ready for Leg 2 here coming in just a few moments. Sit tight, friends. Alright, friends, back with you. We'll get leg 2 underway as quickly as we can here. I plan to be pushing back by 9:30. That's going to be a stretch, but we'll do our best here. Of course, we got to take the plane back up from cold and dark now. But, yeah, always a disappointment. 10 miles from the airport and the sim freezes. Oh well. Let's just adjust that window position there. Go ahead and start. Let me get loaded into. Yeah, we're in the Delta. We're gonna go KMSP. And we'll put ourselves right here prior to the alleyway. So like right in there. Go ahead and fly now. So leg number 2. Let's reopen the pilot. And let's reopen banding stats. And SPAD.next, do I have that running? Oh no, I don't want to shut down. I want to close that. That one I want to close and restart. No, Touchdown FX is not already running. Touchdown FX needs to stop running. Yeah, there it is. Alright, we're ready to fly. Let's back the time up a couple of hours. Yeah, live weather, yes, but time 15:23 or 16:23. Close enough. Alright, and then let's go ahead and get into the aircraft. And I've already put all the switches and levers back to where they belong. Right, now why is it not letting me enter the aircraft now? Oh, I swear, guys. Escape is not letting me back to the main menu. Ah, good gracious. We'll try it again. Kick that out, make sure it's fully closed. V-Pilot. Touchdown FX. Let's launch it again. Meantime, we can at least pre-file our second leg flight plan. Yeah, let's go ahead and load in what we had. Well, all that's the same. This time we're going to start at MSP. Off block 0145 at this point, probably. 0150. 37,480. MSP CYYZ. Okay, buff. 0139. Fuel endurance, we're just going to say we landed with what we expected to. Which would put it at 0322. Here is our route. Everything else is good. Let's come over here and get it set up in Navigraph. Do a new flight, select the origin of MSP. Let's go ahead and pin the airport diagram. CYYZ. Go ahead and pin the in the airport diagram. The route is going to be the same thing we just told the flight plan. Okay. So that means Sid is I think it's called the Wellstone. I keep saying Walston. I believe it's Wellstone 7. And then over here, it's going to be the Nuber 6. If we can at least get those. We don't know which approach necessarily. Nuber 6, we don't know which direction. So we'll worry about that in a little bit. But for right now, we got the key info that we need. Adjust that window position again. Let's go ahead and start. We got a ground on there. If we ever get underway, we'll have ground on there. All right, now we can go ahead and reload touchdown FX. Make sure SPAD's got our B738 profile up. Yep, looking good. And there we go. Hey, stop. You move. No, that's his bed. Move. Go somewhere else. Go ahead, Ben. Oh, kids. All right, and then let's say we're ready to fly. All right, and let's do the same thing we did before. Let's try and rocket back a couple of hours. Go to custom. We got live weather. We're going to just rocket back 4:30. Okay, that's good enough. All right, we can move. Now can we get in the plane? All right. God bless us. God bless us, everyone. Wait for the controls to boot up. And connect to vPilot. We do indeed have a departure ATIS. And there is ground 21-9er. We'll talk to them in just a few moments, but it's information Romeo. Wind is shifted a little bit. Oh, yeah, the wind is shifted a little bit, and it's 9 statute miles rather than 7, so the observations changed slightly, but not a lot. Overcast, yeah, scattered 65, overcast 80, temp 20, 29.97, and departing in the 30s, and of course all the closures. Information Romeo. Okay. So no big surprises there. Go ahead and get to the flow list. And away we go. Yeah, back to the square one. Ground services, we got the wheel chock set. Let's get ground power, ground AC. Go back. Then we know that the doors are opened. And cargo and equipment hatches are open. Let's return. Let's set payload. We'll hit random. That's a very light flight. Let's use a reasonable number. 158, I think. Might have been what it just was anyway. That's fine. And then fuel, we're just going to say we ended with exactly what we expected to end with, which was 20,200 round figures. Okay. Back up top. Battery power, emergency exit lights. Position lights steady, that's nav. Plug one wheel well. Ground power bus. IRS knobs. And power up the comm panel. Alright, ATIS we got radios. The only thing we had to set is a 21-9er, really. And then I guess we'll get ready to talk on 22.8 for departure. Or no, if it's only ground, they're going to release us to the Common Traffic Advisory frequency for tower services. That's 126.7. What do we got going on there? We got Agu Negro is with us. How are you? 126.7's in the standby. 21.9 is in the active. And transmitting and receiving on COM 1. Alright. And Beppy24 is here as well. Good to see you guys. Alright, so let's go. We got the COM radio set, altimeter. What did we say the altimeter was? 29.97. So up to the front we go. $29.97 across the board. Field elevation 842. Yep, correct. Let's go ahead and just assume the IRS alignment's done. We'll go ahead and turn that on and the yaw dampers on. Before we start programming the FMC, I mean, we can at least go to position initialize. Let's go to the next page. I love how the GPSs are off by a tenth. Which one is correct then? So it said 12.1 there, so we'll just go with that one. Oh, now they've corrected. That's good. Let's go to the route KMSP to CYYZ. And let's, before we start punching in departures and stuff, let's go ahead and grab a clearance from our ground controller and make sure that the route that we filed is the one that we're going to get cleared upon. Walston 7 to Green Bay, and then Yosemite and the Newber 6 arrival. So let's check in and see what our ground controller has to say about that.
Good evening, ground Delta 2935, clear 30 laps, looking taxi to Golf 17.
Delta 2135. Standby.
Alright, well, while we're waiting on them to sort that out, let's go ahead and start programming it in, and then if we have to come back and change something, we can. Wallstone 7, Green Bay. I'm assuming 30 right, but you know, if we change it, if we have to change it, we'll change it. Rookie 31st is here. How are you? Wallstone 7, Green Bay, and YZEMN. If he doesn't answer that guy in a minute, I'm just going to jump in with a request and at least get myself in the queue. And then the Newber 6 arrival. Do we know what direction they're landing at least? Two 4 left and 2-3. Which one is the westernmost? So 2-3 probably is what we would get coming from the west, although that's not a guarantee. We can put that in as a reasonable guess. Alright, arrival. The Newber 6 from where? From Yosemite. And
Alright, Delta 2935, thanks for your station.
Alice 2-3.
Bravo to the parking.
Alright, taxi to Bravo to parking, Delta 2935. Have a good one.
Newber 6 on 2-3 in that, and if that is indeed what we end up on, then it sends us either to Satter or Dunol, and then if we do end up on 2-3, yeah, all this might change by the time we get up there. Well, New Deck is just the furthest point out, so we'll just use that as the transition, and then we'll adjust the plan as necessary when we get up there. But adjusting the plan coming into Minneapolis didn't work out too well for us, did it? But that's what we'll put in the route for now, and we'll activate and execute that. Let's go ahead and jump in and get a clearance to make sure that what I just put in is going to be good. Minneapolis ground, Delta 3514, information Romeo IFR to Toronto.
Delta 3514, Minneapolis ground, you're clear to Toronto Airport via the Wilson 7 departure, then as filed. Climb VATSIM exit, maintain 7000. Departure is offline. Squawk 1670.
I cleared to Toronto Airport, Walston 7, Green Bay transition, then as filed. We'll maintain, climb via SID except maintain 7000. Departure offline, squawk 1670 for Delta 3514.
Delta 3514, read back is correct. You can expect runway 30 right, call for push.
Alright, 30 right, we'll call for push, Delta 3514. Okay, so...
ground,
yeah, so we got what we needed there. One thing I had not checked was the initial climb. It does say the initial climb, maintain 5,000 or lower assigned. Oh, yeah, turbojet 7,000. So 7,000 is the 7,000 is the altitude he gave us. It's also what's on the procedure, so we're all good there. All right, back to the flow list. We got the FMC, so let's go ahead and put in a cost index of 74. 370 is the altitude. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, zero fuel weight. Yeah. Sorry, let's make sure that we can get 370 before we put that in. Reserves was 5.9 with an alternative Buffalo or CQs. I think it was Buffalo. No, I put 370. Well, we'll put in 350 for now, but we'll get up to 370. We'll make it work.
Ground, do we use the alpha?
At one limit, we're just going to assume we're going to do fully rated takeoff and fully rated climb. If you were trying to save fuel, trying to save wear and tear, and you run the performance numbers and you find that you are able to reduce these without compromising safety, then you would want to do that. But you know, sim pilots, we don't care about maintenance, we don't care about fuel, so leave it just like it is. 5 degrees of flaps, and there's our QRH numbers. We're going to put in just under 5 on the trim. 141 is the abort speed, so if we have any safety critical items prior to 141, we'll abort. If we meet or exceed 141, we'll accelerate 2 more knots, rotate the plane, and go airborne. If we got 1 functioning engine at that point, we'll pitch to maintain 152. If we got 2 functioning engines, we'll pitch to maintain the white bug speed, which I believe is this plus 20. And then we'll take that to 1,000 feet, retract flaps, and evaluate options from there. So all that's good. We'll bug 152 in the mode control panel, plus all the other values. Yeah, say again, Jim. Yeah, I heard the hooping and hollering from the other room as I took that little intermission. So, sudden change in fortune for the birds. And as a matter of fact, since we're landing in Toronto tonight, Slant Artwork Adventure has us up there. Is anybody in the queue? No. Slant Artwork Adventure has us up there in Toronto. We got the Blue Jays mascot on my right shoulder. Well, I then added some devil horns and put an Orioles mascot with a halo over on my left shoulder. And we got our banner over the stadium and a Jenga block with a Toronto-branded camping kit up on top. So there's as we're at the observation deck at the CN Tower looking down upon the Rogers Center, and there's our Slant Artwork Adventure. If you want to get in on that, you can let me know by cashing 500 Twitch channel points in there at the bottom of the chat panel. Anyway, say again, Jim, good to see you, and we've been playing with this new panel that you were kind enough to gift our way, and really have had a good time. It really makes a lot of stuff easier, so thank you again for that. Unfortunately, Sim crashed on the first, just prior to establishing on the first approach, so we have not had a successful landing with all that. But, yeah, we're getting there. Alright, so initial climb is 7,000. We knew that from the, from the clearance, but it's also on the chart. But what's the procedure off of 30? So it just says assigned heading. Radar vectors to S9. S9. Tell me how you really feel about it. Yeah, and we got to cross these DME thresholds at about 3,500. That just makes sure that we stay within the Bravo airspace and we don't get tangled up with any VFR traffic underneath the second tier Bravo shelf there. But yeah, we won't have any issue achieving that. And then we'll just wait on radar vectors to S9. Of course, if there's no departure controller on, then we'll be giving ourselves that vector, but still we want to do things the right way. However, we're going to assume as assigned heading will be runway heading. Again, we're going to self-assign that unless a tower controller or higher comes on. But that runway heading off 30 right is a 301. So that's what we'll dial into the heading bug, is a 301. And let's get our mode set. We got the auto throttle on. We're going to have the flight directors on left and right, and we're going to start the plane in a VNAV climb and in a selected heading. We're also going to get traffic and data on. We're going to up the map range just a little bit so we can kind of see where that point is that we're going to be self-vectoring to. Okay, so it's going to be behind us, but we can turn the map range down 1 because we'll be able to see it once we are pointed toward it, no problem. And auto brake RTO selected. And what else? Oh, and then the transponder was 1670. We can dial that in down here. Oops. Alright, so pushing back by 10 till. Okay, well, we're right on time. On our revised schedule, at least. Let's go back to the menu, Flight Sim Actions, doors. We'll go ahead and close that. We'll go to the next page, close, close, close. Go to the previous page, we'll disarm. Yeah, I don't worry. I assume that the cabin attendants are going to disarm and arm the doors at the appropriate times. First officer and captain, don't worry about that, so I just kind of skip past that here. What else? The seatbelt signs can come on. That I can do on the switch now. We got the left inner fuel pump on. Oh, and I should check. I don't think we've got any fuel in the center tanks. Oh, we do have a little bit. So we are going to fire up all the fuel tanks when the time comes, but for right now, just that left inner. Left inner fuel pump. Let's go ahead and get the APU on and started. Did I? Oh, say, don't tell me I left my drink in the kitchen. Because that would cause another intermission to happen. Fortunately, we are good. Alright, APU on and started, and it's starting to spool up now. While it's spooling up, let's verify that our parking brake is set, and it is. Up top here, we can...
Minneapolis ground, Delta 1888.
Go ahead and get window heat on.
Information echo, requesting IFR
370 is what I had set. Landing altitude in Toronto is 550.
Delta 1888, Minneapolis ground.
APU buses, once the
Tango
APU is done spooling up and settling back down.
Minneapolis 9 departure. Lena transition.
Go ahead and get electricity on the APU. And let's go ahead and get
departure is offline.
Air conditioning on the APU. We'll fire the packs up as soon as we cut off the ground AC, which we're going to do now.
Minneapolis ground, could you please repeat my departure? That was the one thing I missed.
Come back up and turn those on.
Delta 1888, yeah, no worries. Your departure will be Minneapolis 9 departure.
And then let's just update. Yeah, okay, still Romeo. So, overcast, high 60s, gusty winds.
Sounds great. Delta 1888.
Greetings from the flight deck, and welcome aboard Delta Flight 3514, service to Toronto, Canada. We're going to be pushing back from the gate here momentarily. Wheels up time should be right at the top of the hour. We'll be cruising at 37,000 feet for you today, and the flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 39 minutes. The weather here at Origin is in the high 60s, very gusty winds, and overcast, and with a few cloud layers to climb through. So we do expect it might be a little bit bumpy on the climb out. We are hoping once we get up to 37,000 feet for you, we should have nice smooth air to cruise in on the rest of the way. But do go ahead and fasten those seatbelts one extra notch tighter just to make sure, in case we get rocked around just a little bit on that departure. All right, cabin crew's going to take good care of you today. We are happy that you've joined us for our Delta Flight 3514 service to Toronto. We'll be underway shortly. Let's get the beacon light on. Wheel well light off. We're eastbound, so we'll go ahead and set that to the right side. Whatever your company's SOP is, to use that 50% of the time left, 50% of the time right. It's fine. Rest of the fuel pumps can come on, including center. Hydraulic fuel pumps can, electric hydraulic pumps can come on. And do those, these switches, whatever they are. Let's go ahead and set up or push back. We're not going to start moving yet, but we can go ahead and set up a straight push. And then we'll, he did say call for push, so we're not going to move anywhere until he tells us we can, but we can, yeah, that's the first line there that we want to push to. So there we are, enter. We'll request a tug, but again, not going to go until he says we can go. So we'll give the tug a few moments to hook up. take a peek around us. I don't think there's anybody around. But yeah, we don't want to just assume. Let's go ahead and ask him. And one last check just to make sure it's still Romeo. It is. Wherefore art thou? Wherefore art thine? I guess, what gate are we at? I don't know what gate I loaded into. Check that. Charlie 24-ish, 26-ish, 20, somewhere in the 20s. Charlie 23, it looks like. Round up to 3514, we get information Romeo on Charlie 23, ready to push.
Delta 3514, taking for Romeo, push onto Quebec at Tesco.
I push on to Quebec, Delta 3514. Alright, parking brake released. Hold released. We're rolling. Right side. Back off, ground start on. Get about 20% in. And we'll get the mix lever, or the fuel cutoff lever out of cutoff. Okay, it's starting to spool. It'll get to about 20, 40, 60. It's really 450-ish thereabouts. Okay, we heard the starter click off. You can come up top. The pack can come back on. The generator can come on. Left side, the pack will go off and the ground start commence. Okay, parking brake reset, and we're done with that guy. Wait till about 20%'s in. We'll get the fuel cutoff engaged. About 20, 40, and 60, we're good. Pack back on. Generator on. Bleeds on. APU bleed off, APU valve off. Okay, we're now supplying, engines are now supplying pack power, engines are now supplying electricity. APU, we're done with that guy. Alright, control surface checks. Let's go ahead and set flaps 5. Oops. Flaps 5, and check the control surfaces. I wish I could figure out why I don't have access to the control surface monitors. It must be, I'd have the option in the FMC for the control surface monitors on, but there must be some other option that I have set in this particular dash layout that conflicts with it, because I still don't have it. But that's okay. Somebody outside would check the control surfaces and make sure we're good. Let's verify that we did go into flaps 5. We did. Trim, we said, was just barely a hair under 5. We'll go ahead and get that set. Alright, looking good. Up top, we'll get probe heats on. And that should be it. Let's pop the parking brake, hold the toe brakes, and run the throttles up just a little bit. We don't hear any bonk, bonk, bonk warning. We know we've passed our config check. Still Romeo? Yep, okay. Ground out to 3514 with Romeo on Quebec off of Charlie 24, ready to taxi.
Delta 3514, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
30 right via Papa, Delta 3514. Okay, taxi light on, and we are rolling. Okay, brake check. Yep, brakes are good. Away from the terminal. Got weather radar on. Rain radar on. Get the taxi light on, right? Alright, planned, under the revised schedule at least, plan to be off right at the top of the hour. Alright, we're good.
3514 tower is offline, monitor CTAF 12617 PM.
Alright, advisories 26-7, Delta 3514, we'll see you, thanks for the service. Okay, 26-7, get ready to tune 22-8 on departure. Let's go ahead and let our cabin crew know we're first in line. Continuous ignition. And TA and RA can set. TA and R is the only thing I need to actually mouse for. Continuous ignition's now ready to go on the switches. Taxi light can come off. And let's just double check through VATSIM radar that there's nobody coming in. Well, there is one. Coming from the right side. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 3514 short of 30 right. We'll wait for the landing traffic just until we know which side you're landing on. Minneapolis. Can't quite tell. It looks like the left, but yeah, I can't. I guess it's the left side. He also didn't answer. Is he even on the advisory frequency? No. Well, as soon as we're sure he's on the left-hand side, well, I guess we have to be sure he's not going around as well. But as soon as we clear ourselves onto the runway, we'll hit strobe. As soon as we clear ourselves to take off, we will do the forward-facing lights. Yeah, let's just be sure he's not going around. And then we'll go ahead and go. Minneapolis traffic. Delta 3514 is going to line up in position 30 right. Alright, strobes are on. That was a graceful call. Okay, let's get over onto the center line. Yeah, he appears to be vacating. Okay. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 3514 is departing runway 30 right, IFR northeastbound, departure right-hand turn out, Minneapolis. Alright, let's go forward-facing lights on. Let's pull the engines up. No warnings, no vibrations. Focus engaged. Alright, we'll push the yoke just a little bit forward to pin the nose wheel steering. We're steering via the tiller. As soon as we get the 80 knot call, we'll release that forward pressure.
80 knots.
Okay, there we are. We're steering via the rudder.
V1. Rotate. V2.
up and away.
Positive rate.
Gear coming up. Let's pitch to the white bug. Okay, we're through 1,000. First notch flaps can come in. Where are we going? Why are we turning? Heading select, and this is the heading I had selected, but I don't know why it decided to turn right on me. Little hand fly. Okay, flaps are in. Let's get heading select and VNav. Autopilot. Okay, now it's behaving. At Minneapolis traffic, Delta 3514 clear, runway 30 right, and straight out to 7,000. We're now going to go ahead and start a right-hand turn out northeast bound Minneapolis. Okay, we can also go ahead and clear ourselves up to 370. Nobody to tell us otherwise. We'll go ahead and monitor the general advisory frequency now. And let's just bring that turn all the way around to that point. S9. Let's officially get ourselves headed to S9. Execute and LNAV. Post-departure, cancel RTO. Depressurize the gear system. And continuous ignition off. Getting up the map range a little bit, get a better strategic view of the situation. Speaking of strategery, let's see what's. Yeah, so we're going to end up. So at this point, Yosemite, we're going to end up in Cleveland Center's airspace, and then Cleveland can assist with the sequencing. And if Cleveland ends up having to put us in some kind of a hold, we'll take it, you know. We've not had any traffic management binding to us because we're coming from non-staffed airspace. But when we get into our first crossover of staffed airspace, that situation may change, and they may have to delay us in order to get us into a gap in this arrival stream. Maybe this gap here. Maybe this gap here. So, don't know how that's going to work out. We'll see how it goes. But Cleveland will be in charge of that. Or, by that point, maybe everybody will be offline and it'll be basically on our own. Alright, we're through 10,000. The cabin crew can be released. And the forward-facing lights can all come off. And let's do our first pressurization check. So, the cabin altitude is climbing at a normal rate and at a reasonable level. And the differential pressure at 10, I like to say it should be about a third of the way up. 18 should be about 2/3 of the way up, and then at cruise it should be just up under the red marks. But so far, so good. Alright, Jet Pilot Cinnamon wants an update on the artwork. Yeah, no problem. Our slant artwork adventure. Since we are ending the night in Toronto, Canada, we've got me standing at the observation level of the CN Tower with the Rogers Center and Dome open. We got the Blue Jays mascot as the devil on my right shoulder. We've got the Orioles mascot with the halo on my left shoulder. We got the Jenga blocks and the Toronto Blue Jays tent up top with a little grill there. And, of course, the Slant Alpha Adventures banner draped over the stadium. So there's our Slant Artwork Adventure so far, if you want to get in on that action. Cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, a.k.a. the Alphabets points. I don't know why it said, "I'm sorry, but I can't help create that image" as its title, when it damn well did. So I don't know. I think it's being funny. It should have said, "I'm sorry, I can't create that image, A." Alright, let's take stock here. Do we have any other traffic to contend with? No, not really. We can save ourselves a little bit. Let's authorize ourselves a shortcut to Green Bay. We are through 18,000 now, so we can go ahead and change over to the standard altimeter once, twice, and 3 times. Let's go ahead and do our second climb check there. So the cabin altitude still climbing, and it's still at a reasonable level, still climbing at a normal rate, and differential pressure again. Pardon me. Third of the way up at 10, 2/3 of the way up at 18, and fully up, right up under the red marks of cruise, and so we're all good. I think I need to let the FMC know that we are going to try and hit 370 as our cruise rather than 350. Yeah, let's, and it does say we can make 371 now, so that's good. I figured by the time we got going, burnt a little fuel off, it would be fine. I got a fuel warning there, and that is just because the fuel in our center tanks is now expended, and all we have to do to get rid of that warning is shut off the fuel pumps for that center tank. That's now done. Yeah, now we don't have an air traffic controller on to update our flight plan in the system. It will eventually figure out that we're going to Green Bay and not Wellston or Wallstone. Yeah, there we go. Nice ball cap, eh? The hat's red and the face is getting redder as well. Mike Plate wants to get in on the slant artwork adventure. Mike has cashed in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Mike, what you want to do to it? Add the dogs to my shirt with them wearing Blue Jay hats. Ooh. Alright, that's going to be a tricky one. It's going to have to probably change the perspective in order to do that. We'll give it a shot. I like it. I'm also going to see if it can reduce a little of the redness in my face while we're at it. But yeah, we'll put that request in, Mike. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I got it working on that. We'll see how it goes. How did the game finish up? Not the Blue Jays game, but the Orioles game. Or is it still rolling? Hey, we pulled it out. Nice. Actually got a decent record in the month of July. With a lot of replacement players. A lot of our original starters are still out. But our stopgap lineup is kind of getting it done. I say, let's trade all the injured guys and buy a new bullpen. Mike says, did you ever imagine when you first started Flight Sim that it would be where it is today? Mike, there's a ton of stuff I never imagined would be where it's at today. I mean, more so than Flight Sim. I mean, you could get, I guess you could kind of envision years ago, like computers will eventually get better and better. I really, no, I don't think as a kid starting out in Flight Sim, I don't ever think I would have expected it to be, this immersive and photorealistic. I mean, this is pretty good stuff. But yeah, Mike, I was going to exactly point out that this is the scary technology right now. This is the stuff that blows my mind. We did get it to reduce my redness a little bit. This stuff blows my mind. And, yeah. I'll tell you what, Mike. As a kid, even as a young kid, and I was born in 1974, so when the original Star Wars movies came out, I was pretty young. But once they started replaying over and over again on HBO, and I was 10 years old, 12 years old, and seeing the Star Wars movies over and over again, as one does at that age and that era, I kind of chuckled to myself because we had a home computer. I had a Commodore VIC-20 and then a Commodore 64, and I knew how to write programs in BASIC, and my dad was just branching from law enforcement into computer technology for his career, and so we as a family knew what computers could do and what computers could not do, right? On a big picture scale. And so watching the Star Wars movies over and over again, and Luke interacting with these droids that all had very, very human-like personalities. And so the kid in me, even at 10 or 12 years old, whatever, in the mid-'80s, was like, okay, they're supposed to be robots, they're supposed to be computers, they're not really people, but they have very people-like personalities. And I know that's a little bit of a stretch, right? But still, for the purposes of the movie, it's fun, they're fun characters. they're not really human, but they have interesting personalities, and yeah, that's all fine for the fantasy, right? What do we have now? You should see some of the conversations I have with ChatGPT. I call him ChatGPT 3.0. PO, whatever. I botched the punchline there, but you guys get what I'm trying to say. I mean, you know, it's very deceptively human-like to chat with ChatGPT, and it reminds me of Luke and 3PO bantering back and forth in the Star Wars movies, which I thought was extremely unrealistic, even as a young kid. I was like, oh, I mean, you know, that's never going to happen to us, to just have a chat with a computer like that. You know, and yes, I guess back in that day, you know, voice-activated technology, voice recognition, speech synthesis, those were all things. But that very kind of quirky, bantery personality was like, okay, that's a stretch. You know, and I knew the basics of the Turing test with programs like Eliza and, you know, basic chatbots that were out at that time, and they were all very scripted and all very formulaic. And I never thought in a billion years that anything like the conversation you would have as a Star Wars character with a droid would be anywhere near reality, and here we are. It blows my mind. Yeah, Mike, so you and I have had very similar experience. I mean, I use ChatGPT for work to help synthesize data and help draft emails and correspondence or proofread stuff for me. I mean, I write pretty well. I write probably better than the average person already, but I use it to proofread and maybe suggest edits and suggest different ways of phrasing things. And I tend to write long. You know, I was the kid in class where the teacher would say, all right, the report needs to be at least 5 double-spaced pages. And then they look at me and go, Rob, no more than 10. So I use ChatGPT sometimes to tighten up my language and consolidate and say things more concisely. But anyway, yeah, it is absolutely frightening how human-like the interaction is, because, yeah, I will get into I asked it for, like, television recommendation, like TV show recommendations. My wife and I tend to watch the same 25 shows over and over again, and we're looking for something new, and they're like, okay, well, give me a rundown of what you guys like, and I'll see if I can come up with some suggestions. And then we engage in this very bantery, friendly, like, conversation. It is so weird. It's so... I like it. I think it's great, but I also, there's the child in me is frightened that we've gotten to the point that as a 10 or 12-year-old Star Wars fan, I never thought would be at. Yeah, I got some weather returns on the radar here. We do have some taller clouds. I'm going to authorize myself a 30-degree right deviation here. Let's center up the heading bug. Again, you always want to... I screwed this up again, didn't I? Didn't quite. So yeah, we're gonna go to 130 heading, and so what we would do is that center Delta 3514. We get to weather ahead. Are we able to get like a 30-degree right deviation to get around some of it? And they would say, yeah, 30-degree right course approved, and just advise when you're able to go direct Green Bay VOR. And so we'll zigzag around this stuff. Of course, it looks, from the weather radar, it looks like we're kind of pointing ourselves right toward the next big cell. However, just visually here, we can see that we're deviating around some of the taller stuff. And then once we get past this cluster, you know, we'll just redirect ourselves back onto our path. Hopefully, by the time we get up to 370, we'll be above the worst of it. Yeah, so it figured out we weren't going anywhere near Walston. It now sees that we're heading direct Green Bay, but now you can kind of see we've deviated from that even. We'll get another few miles to pass by the taller stuff to our left, and then we'll put ourselves back on course here. Let's hope we get at least one good landing. Well, you know what? As I had said earlier, you know, I started publishing these shorts to 4 different short video platforms, these little clips from the stream, about 3 months ago, and I have never once clipped a landing. I don't think anybody that follows me on any of the 4 shorts platforms believes that I know how to land a plane. And I said that earlier, and I was like, all right, well, we'll make sure that we get at least, we got 2 landings coming up tonight, we'll make sure at least one of them is clippable. I was like, hey, 1 out of 2, that should be good odds. Well, our sim froze when we were about on a 10-mile right downwind for the airport. So we never got to land the plane in Minneapolis. And so now I've got to go 1 for 1 in terms of clippable landing. So we'll see how it goes. Mike says, I flew out of LAX earlier over the ocean on that heading, never synced it up after the turn back, and then at the end of my departure I had a discontinuity that I didn't check for in the legs. Needless to say, made a 200-mile turn back toward the ocean before catching it. I'd stepped away to eat dinner with the family. Oh no. Lost at sea. I assume you wound up eating into your reserve fuel just a tiny little bit. Yeah, you can see, so the weather radar's tilted down 2 degrees. So we've got precipitation below us, but that doesn't seem to be affecting us. If we look up ahead, we appear to be fine. And if we see about 30 degrees to our left, we appear to be fine, at least at our level and higher. So I say at this point, we would say, all right, center, Delta 3514, we are able to direct Green Bay at this time. Okay, direct Green Bay sounds fine. Delta 3514, proceed direct Green Bay. Direct Green Bay it is. Delta 3514. So direct, enter. It puts the new path in. We'll go back to LNAV mode, and that will track it for us. Landed in Denver about 3,000 pounds light. Yeah, I would guess so. And about an hour late, too, right? What do you think? You're a Northwest pilot? No, we were on our laptops discussing company policy. Yeah, how about the one that says if you overfly your destination by an hour, you're fired? How about that policy? Discuss. Don't need a laptop for that one. You guys remember that story? That was at Minneapolis too, wasn't it? Yeah. October 2009, Northwest 188. Overshot Minneapolis-St. Paul by 150 miles after pilots lost situational awareness. Out of radio contact for an hour and 15 minutes before landing safely. Yeah, and eventually, like, I think one of the attendants knocked on the door and said, "Hey, can we get an update on our ETA?" I'm going to go ahead and kill the seatbelt signs. Did we get the forward-facing lights off? Yeah, we did. So seatbelt signs are off as well. This is the sector we're going to enter first. So 1987. Who knows whether they'll still be on by the time we get there, but we'll go ahead and get it tuned. So I should. So thanks to this little panel gadget that we got. Again, thank you very much. To say again, Jim won this in a raffle, but he did not need it for his setup. This little wind control radio panel. So I should be able to. What do we want? What was his frequency? Well, we want 1987 in COM 1, because that's going to be the frequency that we're. And that when you don't have to hold the mouse steady, like while the plane's, you know, bobbing and weaving and, you know, turning and stuff, it is so much easier. So 1987, we're going to have that in COM 1, but we're going to transmit and receive on COM 2. And then on COM 2, we're going to go back to 22.8. And then we'll switch the monitor back to... Okay, so transmitting and receiving on COM 2. 22.8. Oops, it's 22.805. 22.8 in COM 2, and that's what we're transmitting and receiving on. We're going to go back to COM 1 to monitor 1987. That I have to do here. I just don't have that assigned to a button. But yeah, cool that I can kind of do all that through this little gadget right here on the desk now, rather than having to fumble with the mouse. And when the plane's got any kind of turbulence, or if it's rolling into a turn, rolling out of a turn, you know, it's so hard to hold the mouse steady when you're spinning through, you know, dozens and dozens and dozens of numbers after the decimal. Yeah, we already turned the seatbelt signs off. We're 500 to go here. 400 to go, really. Ooh, coming up on Coffin Corner here. We'll scratch the 380 feet that we need. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have almost reached our cruise altitude of 37,000 feet. We have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and butter chicken roti. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we will give you an update on our weather situation in Toronto once we are ready to start our descent there. Sit back, relax, and thanks again for flying with us. Delta Flight 3514 service to Toronto, Canada. Yeah, a bit of a longer one with the second leg, and the setback with the sin freeze, you know, got us behind us. We had a little bit of a ground delay getting out of Winnipeg. Very understandable one. Man, that clearance controller was just, that was hot. He was on the ball. I mean, he was juggling, and he was fighting to stay above water. But man, he was doing a great job. All of the controllers at Winnipeg were fantastic, but that clearance controller took the cake, for sure. Meanwhile, if we've got some time here at cruise, probably put in some good feedback for him. But yeah, so we had probably about a 20-minute ground delay getting out, 25-minute ground delay getting out of Winnipeg, because we had said quarter till the hour was our goal, and 10 after was what we wound up. So there's 25 minutes there. And then the setback, the additional setback of having to reset the sim, and then we actually had to reboot the sim twice. Did we ever give him props? We said thank you, but I did not file feedback yet on the website. We can do that here while we're at cruise. We got a little ways before we're even in Cleveland Center's airspace, so I will do that. And as a matter of fact, guys, I tell you what, you know, the feedback forms on the ARTCC websites and the FIO websites, they so often get used to complain when a controller's messed up something or a delay or, forget about you, or, they get testy with you because you've messed up something and they give you, give you the dickens about it or whatever, they give you an attitude. Those feedback forms get used a lot for that kind of stuff, not nearly often enough to tell somebody that they were awesome. And so we're going to do that. We're monitoring, by the way, the Cleveland Center controller, whose airspace I believe we're going to be into in a little bit. But,
Delta QD, going to maintain flight level 310.
But yeah, we're still transmitting and receiving off of just the general advisory frequency. I don't feel like I need to transmit on the advisory frequency, however, because there's really nobody around us that we're going to conflict with. If that changes, I'll kind of keep half an eye. If that changes, looks like we're going to cross paths with somebody, we'll coordinate, make sure we're going to be at different altitudes or some such. But right now, there's nobody around. We don't need to say anything. But what we're hearing is this sector here. The tower guy was pushing some tin. He did a good job as well. Yeah, indeed. However, Mad Noob, and I don't want to diminish the job he was doing. He was definitely very efficient and launched planes just one after the other. So good job there. However, he was kind of the middleman, right? The person at the beginning of that chain had to be the one that was sorting with everybody trying to call in at once. He at least was able to take them in sequence as they were handed to him. Right? Nobody was stepping on each other trying to get out. They were all already in a line. But that clearance controller had to handle with all of us were trying to get our word in and get to be the next spot and get to be the next one moving and rolling. So we were all kind of pushing and shoving in order to form an orderly queue. And that clearance controller did a fantastic job managing all that. So yes, I agree. The ground controller and the tower controller both did fantastic jobs, but that clearance controller was above and beyond in terms of frequency management, crowd management, temper management. Yeah, he gets a gold star.
American 2107, say Mach number.
Mach 0.78.
Let's take a peek.
2107, Roger, maintain Mach 0.78.
Winnipeg FIR VATSIM, right?
Maintain flight 1 level 310.
The search terms, Winnipeg FIR VATSIM. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I hear some sound lagging. Let's make sure we're not about to freeze up again.
Skywest 3821, turn right heading 25. You're 5 miles from Gulf, turn right heading 250, maintain 4,000 until established. You're clear.
I don't remember the guy's name. I know we did show it on stream at the time. It may be the same guy. No, he's not on anymore. Ben was his name? I don't think it was Ben. Yeah, hold on. Let's go. Stats.
Echo Juliet
VATSIM.net.
Center, welcome aboard. Qatari 290, Cleveland Center, welcome.
Let's search by call sign, and was it CYWG-KMSP-CYYZ?
Get speed 375, you didn't expect that.
Yes, yeah, you were right. Ben Railtz, I guess it was. They both were on August 1st, but he was definitely the one. Ben Railtz, that certainly was it.
Contact Toronto 125.77.
Oh no, not Ben Anello, I know that.
American 2107, clear direct note.
Feedback. Submit feedback. You guys know my name and email address already, so that's fine. We agree that this is...
Cancel speed restriction.
Yep, that's all good. Let's send feedback. controller feedback.
United 1655 contact.
Not in any useful order. I hate that.
2802.
We'll find him, I guess.
Good night.
I wonder if we start just typing BEN, will it?
You can contact Toronto 125.77.
Yep, that worked.
2577. Thanks so much.
He was on
American and 2107.
CYWG-KMSP-CYYZ. Then put on a master class. And let's see.
American 2 or Air Canada 221D, send a maintain flight level 310.
Flight level 310, Air Canada 221.
Thanks, Lethal Center, American 1050, flight level 390.
And frequency management.
American 1050, Cleveland Center, hello, welcome aboard.
Cleveland Center, United 652, descending via RUT
management.
Through 350 for flight level 3230.
Management.
652, Cleveland Center, hello, descend via the Rock City to arrive at the Metro altimeter 29902.
Everyone of us who was
Center, 1945, descending out of
pushing
196 for
and
17,000.
shoving on freak to get
United 1945, Cleveland Center, hello, descend via the roll into arrival at the Cleveland altimeter.
Winnipeg. Truly artful.
The Cleveland
work.
altimeter would be 29902.
Nice job.
Alright, send a bit of rolling 2 and 2992, 974, thanks man.
Skywest 3821, contact Metro Tower 135.0.
135 Dustin, Skywest 3821, good one.
Submit feedback. Okay, there it is.
Southwest 887, you up? Tower's holding him hostage.
Alright, now when we check in at Yezemin, is there some other, maybe more useful landmark that we can check in with?
Center, hello, welcome.
Let's pull up Sky Vector. And let's look at so when we're at Yezemin,
contact, climb and maintain flight level 370.
it looks like we're at Mount Pleasant. I don't know if that's really that useful. We could say, yeah, we're west of
375,
west of Saginaw.
3 arrival to Metro altimeter 29902.
We could say we're west of Flint. Yeah, we'll go off of Saginaw, MBS. So let's do this. And by the way, in the fixed page, you know, again, we don't know that we're getting runway 23. I'm just kind of, you know, taking a guess. We got a 1 in 3 chance, I guess. 1 in 2 chance, I guess. But let's go to the fixed page. We'll put the runway reference in there with the 4-mile and the 10-mile fixed rings. But on the on the second fixed page, let's put that Saginaw MBS. So we're 134 northwest of Saginaw, right? We're at a 297 radial. We can put a 25-mile ring around it just to see where it is. Okay, there it is. We can delete that. It's marked pretty well. But when we check in with at Yezemin, we can say we're X number of miles northwest of Saginaw, and that'll be a little bit of a more intuitive reference for the controller to go, oh, where let's go? Oh, Saginaw, that's up in the northwest corner of my airspace.
For the arrival, for the approach.
United 1945, roger.
So then they'll see us and they can figure out what they need to do with us. And again, I think we talked earlier. Non-zero chance that they end up having to give us some sort of a holding or sequencing. Yeah, the event does officially end in 18 minutes, Mad Dude. That is true. We'll cross our fingers that some of them decide to hang out later. We'll see. I mean, we knew. I knew when I planned this as a two-hopper rather than getting in the line with everybody else that we were going to be pushing the boundaries, and then the additional delays and setbacks, you know, kind of underscored that we were not going to be there under the gun of the official event timing. So we'll see what happens. Not holding my breath, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
United 1945 at roll. You're clear of the ILS from a 6 right approach.
But when we check in with Cleveland, we'll check in prior. You know, it doesn't really say how long prior to Yemen that border is. We can
contact Toronto 125.77.
Coming Toronto 125.77.
We can go back to that sky vector. Yemen and MBS. So that's 21 miles. So there's Yemen right there, and the border's another maybe 20 miles prior to that. So I would say let's check in 70 miles prior to Yemen, which will be 90 miles prior to Saginaw, which really we're kind of coming up on now.
Delta 9046, plan the ILS from a 2-1 left approach.
We're 90 miles from Yemen. So about another 20 miles we'll check in. Not quite in his airspace, but might be close enough to be on his screen, I guess. I don't know. And then, you know, as I said, if they're on some sort of a metering program in order to mitigate traffic, it looks like it's starting to lighten up. So there's a decent chance that we'll be able to merge in with that stream. But again, there's also a decent chance that in 15 minutes it's not going to matter a lick. Oh, Mike did not. Oh man, there's all kinds of fun stuff you can do on that fixed page. Dude, let's do this.
Air Canada 221, contact Toronto.
So the border comes right through this point, Mount Pleasant, right? The border comes to this point, Mount Pleasant, on approximately a what? Uh, 090270. Well, okay, let's draw that border. MOP 090 and 270. Next page. MOP. Mount Pleasant, yeah, that one. 090 270. Okay, so there we've now drawn an approximate border of when we're going to cross into Cleveland's airspace. I love the fixed page, man. There's all kinds of fun stuff you can do on that. I mean, what some people have done. I mean, you go back to the runway. You know, you got the 4 and 10 mile ring around the runway reference point. Well, you could put if you know your top of descent is going to be, you know, 100 miles prior to reaching the airport.
American 3162, Cleveland Center.
Add that on there as well. There we go. Now you get a nice ring around the airport to approximate when your top of descent is going to be. Well, you know the Bravo airspace goes about 30 miles out, so put a 30-mile ring around it so that you know approximately when you're entering that Bravo. Let's delete that third one. A great thing to do on the fixed page, Mike, is if you ever arrive or depart DCA. Anybody know? You guys maybe know. Some of you know.
Eva 683, where are you, sir?
The point.
And showing your airspace from Toronto.
PLVIA.
Hello, welcome aboard.
Time reminder, that I don't know. If you can, I don't know about that one, Matthew. PLVIA. Where is that waypoint?
Air Canada, 1038, descend and maintain.
Oh, look, it just happens to be.
All right, we'll try this. Qatari
Hold on, let's recenter ourselves on PLVIA. It just happens to be centered at the prohibited airspace north of DCA, and I forget what the ring is. If you put maybe a 5-mile ring, something like that. Well, what's
American 1050, descend and maintain, flight level 310.
Okay, I'll do that. American 70.
Thank you very much.
PLVIA.
Oh, I see. Qatari 290, are you receiving?
Okay, so maybe it's a 2-mile ring or something. But that is a point you can use to remind yourself where that prohibited airspace is and make sure that it pops up on your nav display as a place to avoid. PLVIA, where's that come from? P as in prohibited, LV as in 50, or I'm sorry, P as in prohibited, L as in 50, VI as in 6, A as in alpha. Prohibited airspace 56 alpha. So LVI is 56. So that waypoint's in there. You put a 2-mile ring around. I forget what it is. 2-mile ring around that, and then just don't hit it.
Go ahead.
We see Washington is landing on 19. Should we switch to 19 or should we stay 01?
Man, I'm not the guy to ask about that.
Guy just asked Cleveland Center what runway to land on at Washington. Alright, let's yeah, we don't need MOP anymore. Let's go ahead and delete MOP. We're 67 northwest of Saginaw. Cleveland Center, Delta 3514 is 57 miles northwest of Saginaw, 370.
Cleveland Center, United 1110.
67, should have said 57.
At 20 or 220.
Did you not just hear me call
Yeah,
it? Oh,
1110 Cleveland Center. Hello, welcome aboard.
dummy, idiot. No wonder they just didn't answer. They just answered right after I did. I'm still transmitting and receiving on 122.8.
Hello, 55 360.
So let's go ahead and switch our transmit and receive over to COM 1. Duh.
JetBlue Flight 255, Cleveland Center. Hello, welcome aboard.
There we go. Now we'll try calling in.
Eva 630.
And now I'll try to get the mileage right. 58. Cleveland Center Delta 3514 is 58 miles northwest of Saginaw, 370.
Delta 3514, Cleveland Center. Hello, welcome aboard.
Okay, nothing about holds or sequencing,
Delta
so fingers crossed.
9046, maintain.
Do I use DIS? I'm not sure what that is.
All right, down to 4,000, Delta 9046.
I don't use DIS, but I use DAT.
United 1652.
And occasionally the other. But no, I don't understand. I'm not clear on what your question is. I'm sorry.
Or 652 at Valley. You're clear to the ILS from a 22 right approach.
At Valley, clear to runway 22 left via ILS for United 652.
United 652, it'll be ILS 22 right.
Oh, and by the way, since we've already checked in with Saginaw, we
United 1110, descend via the FNO 2, arrival at the Metro altimeter.
The LSS. Okay, now I'm still not completely clear on what that is.
And United 1110, you can plan the ILS runway 21 left approach.
21 left approach, United 1110.
United 1945, runway 6 right, you're clear to land.
Runway 6 right, 1945.
Oh, so you're for the video settings? Yeah, I'm not even sure.
United contact Chicago 134.87.
I'm not even sure what video settings I have. I don't know much about that stuff, to be completely honest. And what is it? MLE Gessie? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to be saying your username. I apologize. M. Legacy. Sorry.
Eva 683.
Two things I butcher on this stream all the time are place names and Twitch usernames. I apologize. I've just made you my latest victim. I honestly, I don't know much about the video settings. Whatever the basic settings are, I probably have that. Whatever the default settings are, that's what I probably have. And then I made a few fine tunes on the ultra settings. I backed off a few things that I didn't find as important just to keep frame rates up a little bit without sacrificing too much. That was important to me, you know. So a few of the ultra settings became high rather than ultra, but as to which ones they were, I don't know. I got a
Southwest 887 contact Cleveland 128.0.
all the specs, the hardware specs are under the About tab. If you want to check there, it's over on our Discord server as well. At least when you want to know what hardware I'm running. I know it's an RTX, I forget which series. It's weird, it actually does not say, I'm looking at it in the case right now, and it says GeForce RTX, it does not say which series it is on the side of it. I know how to fly the planes, man. That's kind of my deal. I know how to fly the planes.
Vectors for the approach.
300, vector to approach, Delta 946.
The 4080. It's 4080 Super 16.
You are Delta 3514 cross B box at maintain flight level 3 10.
B box 310. Did you say for Delta 3514?
Affirm 310.
Will go Delta 3514. Okay, so that will it'll recalculate the path, push up our top of descent a little bit.
Delta 9046, you're 5 miles from Roby, turn left heading 240.
Since we've been cleared to do that, we can go ahead and kick the altitude down to that.
Clip turn 240, maintain 4,000, establish an LS 21 left approach, Delta 946.
And jet speed 375, do you send maintain 3,000?
Send maintain 3,000, jet speed 375.
Let's go ahead and see if we can unpin the airport diagram at Mini. We can unpin the Walston 7 departure. Never really did a route verification here. Yosemite shot penalty box. You know what? Now that I see shot penalty box, I'm assuming, oh, man up. I'm assuming these are all hockey references, money. And so these are probably people that I don't know. Yosemite, I'd probably be butchering the pronunciation of that the entire time as well. But yeah, with shot penalty box. Yeah, I guess it's just those three that are obvious to me. The others are probably player names that I'm not familiar with, NHL player names if I had to guess.
American 1050 contact Toronto 125.77.
How would I put a range in the flight plan? If you're talking in the FMC, I think. I mean, we can try it. I think, you know, if we did. Is it before or after? After? Okay. I think if we did slash.
Air Canada 1038 contact Toronto 125.77.
5,000 or above.
Delta 9046 contact tower 135.0.
135.0, Delta 9046.
5,000 above, space 6,000 below. I think it will do that. No? Yeah, not sure. Not sure. There is a way to do it. I don't know the answer to that, though. With box. Slant, then the lowest number. Yeah, how do you put the range in? I mean, these will import automatically, right? If the star comes in, these should import automatically. And we know how it displays. You know, it displays, oh, okay, 11,000 space 15,000. So maybe you don't have to put the A and the B, right? 11, and then, well, let's try that. Slash 5,000 space 6,000.
JetBlue 2055.
Nah,
yeah,
it still doesn't like that.
Okay, we'll be back as soon as we can.
Still doesn't like that. I don't know. It's a good one.
Jet speed 375, turn left heading 270.
That's a good one. I know you can put the A for up at or above, and B for at or below after. That it will do. Slash 5,000
375 as you're rounding out that turn.
or
Traffic's going to be out
above.
your 10 to 11 o'clock in about 5 miles.
That it'll do, right?
737 at 4,000 reports in sight.
But how to do the range, I'm not sure. There's got to be a way. Google probably knows.
Cleveland Center.
Google probably knows, or ChatGPT probably knows. Mike, ask ChatGPT. It probably will tell you. And then it'll make a joke.
Eva 683 Cleveland Center.
But Rocktow 11 to 15 and 250, and then from that point we don't know which fork we're taking. I've got it going to this one. Man up in Tasco at 6 to 10. Let's just kind of spin through. This is all if we're going to 2-3 right, or 2-3. 2-3. There's 2-3s only a 2-3. There's not a right or left on the 2-3 side. But let's just double check at least we got it in here correct. Up through there. Yeah, Rocktow 250, 11 to 15. Man up at 8 or above. Tasco exactly 6 to 10. Yeah, so it's all in there. And then new deck, Colby, I'm talking, then the runway. That all comes off of the approach. But again, we don't know for sure that this is the approach we're going to be assigned. We'll just have to wait until we're told, and then we'll verify.
And just be 375. I'm sorry, it's going to be runway 21 left.
And for the physical, doing right. Can I get one right?
ChatGPT says put it in.
Yeah, you can take runway 21 right.
The number, and then the A, and then a slash, and then the number, and then the B.
And just be 375. You can contact the tower 135.0.
Let's try it real quick. So 6,000 A, 7,000 below. Now, do we need to slash first?
Delta 13 or 3514 traffic's off your 1 to 2 o'clock in about 5 miles at the west. It's 737 opposite direction, 1,000 feet below. I'm sorry, it's an A320 opposite direction, 1,000 feet below.
Okay, we're looking up 3514.
United 652 contact tower 135.0.
Below, we probably won't see
Over
it.
to 135.0, United 652.
Cleveland Center, Air Canada 507 with you, climbing total 270 for 340.
No, that didn't do it either.
Air Canada 507, Cleveland Center, hello, welcome aboard, maintain.
I tried it with the slash in the beginning, I tried it without the slash in the beginning, it didn't take it either way.
507.
And Delta 3514 traffic's no longer a factor.
Watch out. Never saw him anyway. Yeah, so I don't know the answer. I mean, most of those types of constraints that come in on the stars will come in automatically. And it's kind of unlikely that you'll get a block altitude assigned out of the blue from a controller like that. I say kind of unlikely. That doesn't mean it can't happen. Of course, as a pilot, you can put in the constraint that you think you're going to be closest to, and then manually manage the other constraint, right? But there's probably a way to put it in by hand like that. I just don't know it. Alright, well. Back to my flow list.
American 3162 contact, Toronto Center 125.77.
Very, very close to symmetrical. No worries there.
125.7.
Hey, look at that. We got the raid coming in from Stu.
Thank you, good night.
Man, it's a rare night that I stay on longer than Stu does. It's a mad dude since I would call my real-life pilot friend, but he flies the A320, yeah. Yeah, I think all the guys I know... Well, no, hold on. I know one for sure that flies the A320. I do have a real-world pilot friend who flies the 7.3 NG, but be a little late to call him now. Oh, Stu says I had my fun in Toronto. Yeah, we're headed there now. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's still going to be on by the time we get there. Oh, okay, so you did the Flying Club flight, which was AGC, what is that, Allegheny to YNG, probably Youngstown. Yeah, I saw they had an event tonight. I've got a ton of stuff already planned in the Comanche, so I decided to skip the event tonight and stick with the plan to do an airliner flight for the FNO, because, I mean, coming up next month, I've got the Boston Virtual Air HCC wings, I've got all the ZNY Flight Quest. The ZNY Flight Quest alone is probably 10 streams worth of Comanche stuff. The BVA or TCC flights, that's another, what, 30 flights. That's mostly in the Comanche and then a couple of jet flights. We got the River Run series that we're trying to make progress on down the Yukon River. So I've already got a ton of stuff in the Comanche already. So I decided to kind of skip over tonight's Virtual USA Flying Club event in order to do this. Plus I got this wind control radio panel I wanted to play with.
Legion 2729, NG Center is closed, radar service terminated.
Alright, well, we know that Toronto is landing either 2-3 or 2-4 left, right? I think that's what they said it was. 2-3 or 2-4 left. Let's see if that ATIS... Yeah, 2-4 left and 2-3. So, that's the... That being... Oh, crap, I did that twice. That being the other possibility, let's at least have that pinned. So that if that other one is what we need, we don't have to fumble around for it. There's nothing saying we can't pin multiple approach charts, right? The 2-3 and 2-4 left, let's just have those both pinned, and then we'll just have them right here at the bottom. And we'll be able to quickly switch back and forth and get the frequencies, courses, missed approach, all the other stuff that we need, minimums, all the other stuff that we need for that. So Stu says I took an experimental with with NOS. I'm not familiar with the term, and like a 50-foot takeoff distance. Oh my gosh! No AP or nav equipment.
1224.
Nice.
2700 climbing.
Compass and a stopwatch.
Delta 1224 radar contact.
Uh-oh, Grandpa Rex is here. So since he just got slammed for a rough 30 minutes, was that the airport or the or weather-wise? Oh, it looks like, yeah.
3514 contact, Toronto Center 125.77, see ya.
2577, Delta 3514. 2577. Toronto Center, Delta 3514 is 325 for B-Box at 310.
Delta 3514, Toronto Center, good evening. When ready, descend flight level 240, information Gulf.
Okay, 240 when ready, information Gulf is, we'll fetch that, Delta 3514. I think we did look at that, actually.
Unfortunately, Montreal's offline. Surveillance service terminates. Change to under frequency.
Yeah, we do have information call.
Air Canada 1142, in case I wasn't given to you yet, climb flight level 310.
You did, thank you. 310, United 1142. RK 1142.
Drop the center this letter 274 at flight level 350.
At 274, Toronto Center, good evening.
Oh, okay.
When ready to
Mike says it is indeed impossible to enter the altitude window manually. So yeah, so what I would do is I would enter the constraint that you were the most concerned about, right? Enter the one that you think you might be closest to needing intervention on. And then, of course, you can manually manage to make sure that if, as you pass that, you're within the other constraint as well. So that's what I would suggest. And you can even use the projected altitudes on the legs page to guess which constraint is the more important one, right? So if you go to the legs page here and you page through, you can see the planned descent path and where it thinks it will be after each point. So if your plan was 5,000 to 6,000 here, I wouldn't worry about the 6,000. I would make sure you put in 5,000 or above there, if that makes any sense. Oh, it's like the nitrous oxide, whatever. It's like a Fast and Furious type thing, Stu. Oh, okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah, I missed your earlier message when you answered the question, but yeah, I got you now. I didn't know that was the abbreviation for it, but I got you now.
Delta 3514, contact Toronto Center 133.3.
33.3, Delta 3514. So nice to not have to mouse that anymore.
American 3152, you can expect from my 24 left.
24 left for American 3162, thank you.
Delta 3514, Toronto Center, welcome, descend 1000 from like 23, altimeter 29992.
Yeah, just checked on the channel. 1000 for 23 and 2992, Delta 3514.
Air Canada 4202, direct lane, rejoin stop.
Okay, so 23 is indeed the one that we've been assigned. That's good news. I'm going to go ahead and start setting up for it. Apologize, I'm not going to be terribly chat interactive. We're getting this approach assignment kind of on the fly here, and so I need to make sure that I get everything in. 111.5 and 237.
775, South 6.
See ya.
See ya.
111.5, 237. Actually, I got a button for that.
Taxi 30, Roger, runway 06, Trenton, altimeter 29901, taxi via Papa. Emirates 982, contact Toronto Center 125.77 today.
If we go missed, it looks like it's 112.15 and 287.
Delta 3514, sliding 180 vectors for the sequence.
Alright, 180 for the sequence, Delta 3514. Whoops. Did the same thing, I changed the course again. Alright, 180 for the sequence, 1500 vertical speed down to 11,000. We'll just make it 300 even. We'll make it 280. Let's reset the course to whatever we were supposed to have it at. 237.
Flight level 230. 230 for American Canada 4202, contact arrival 132.8 today.
Missed approach was 12:15 at 287.
Husky 30, Trent winds are 2105, clear takeoff on my 06.
Missed approach altitude 11 and 3. Minimums 808.
Delta 3514, left turn, direct mover, rejoining side.
Left to Newber, and we're drawing at Delta 3514.
Air Mexico 721, contact center 125.77. Good day.
808, we said, was the...
125.77 for Air Mexico 721, thank you.
Oops. Okay, let's do the V speeds. Uh, 149 on a flaps 30. And then what's the wind? Oh, did they take off? Did they take off the ATIS? 280 at 8, so it's just a 5-knot additive for the V approach speed. So that's fine. So V ref would be 149, V approach would be 154. 11 and 3 we said with the altitudes. Minimums are set, V speeds are set, 49 and 54. I think we're good. Wind 280 at 8, so it's going to be 23. We're landing 23, and the wind's 28, so it'll be quartering right to left. Not too bad. And then what's the taxiing plan? Off of 23.
Air Canada 8703, you with me?
It'll be a left turn, and we're going to want to shorten the taxi as much as we can. We're coming back to the end, very tip of Terminal 3 here. So we're going to want to shorten the taxi as much as we can. So we'll go with a pretty robust auto brake without going to a full cook here. Put it on not a fire hazard, but a 2's a simmer, 3's a roast, 4's an outright nuclear. Kind of like toaster settings, you know. Descending through 18.
Is there anybody else who's waiting on anything?
It's standard, but it's still standard, so.
American 3162, contact arrival 132.8 today.
Contact arrival 132.8 for American 3162.
32.8, probably our next handoff, so I got that tuned in to standby. And then we can also try to plan for the North Towers 18.7.
Air Canada E703, Toronto Center low, turn right heading 180, descend 1000, Toronto
23.
Descend 1000, turn heading 180.
Yeah, 18.7.
Just confirm heading is 180. Do so.
And then 21's
heading 180 at Canada
65. 18.7 and 21.65.
Contact arrival 132.8 today.
32.8, Delta 3514.
Arrival Air Canada 272.11, 11,000. Delta 4280, contact Toronto 133.3. 133.3, Delta 4280, goodbye. Air Canada 831, turn right heading 190. 3100, Air Canada 81. Air Canada 1038, speed 210, descend 6,000. 8210, descend 6,000, Air Canada 1038.
18.7. Arrival Delta 3514 is 16,800 going to 11,000.
First, Delta 3514, Toronto arrival, roger.
Okay, I'm going to switch to VHF2 control. We said that the tower was 18.7. And then the ground was 2165, I think.
Arrival Air Canada 272, 11,000.
We're
1050 contact, arrival.
Manipulating VHF2, but we're still transmitting and receiving on VHF1. I'm going to change my display to monitor that now.
Canada 3, Toronto Center 12577.
Well, that's awesome to be able to do that with that little panel. So thanks again, GM.
American correction, Air Canada 1038, arrivals 12447.
12447, Canada 1038.
2447.
Direct Airbus, resume the
I'm
arrival.
going to assume is probably going to be our next handoff as well, so just going to have it ready.
Air Canada 831, direct Airbus, resume the arrival.
That may or may not be true. That might be the other side. You know, we're going to be on the 2-3 side. That handoff might have been for somebody on the 2-4 left side. I don't know.
Air Canada 712, you're identified, direct cap.
But we'll just listen out for frequencies and try and stay ahead as best as we can. Upshot 2020 is here. Good, man. I'm good. Playing around with this new radio panel, which made this flying this thing a godsend. We are not yet below 10, by the way. We did. Did we get the seatbelt signs on? We did. I don't think I did the announcement. That's fine. Cabin crew will have the passengers ready. Yeah, man. Eye situation from earlier this week, all resolved. Everything's good. Scary when it happened, but everything's good. All false alarm in terms of the long-term stuff. And
I'm going to need some pliers.
oh, Melvin, we love it. We love it. We love it.
Set of 30-weight ball bearings.
Just now switched over to the approach frequency, and I've tuned
all
the next
ball
approach
bearings
frequency while I was getting the local frequencies set up in the COM2 radio. So yeah, it's been a godsend.
American 3162 arrival to send 8,000.
American, hear you please, message.
American 3162 arrival to send 8,000.
Arrival to send 8,000. American 3162.
Let's figure out where we are.
Contact Toronto 133.3.
I feel like we're fast. What are we coming up on? We're coming up on Newbra, and then there's a deceleration point. Okay, so we're good. Melvin's, how's the new hardware working out? Oh, it's great. I'm tuning frequencies. He says, no, I meant the robotic eye. Yeah. We had a couple days of an eye patch, and we're all good, man. We're de-pirated, and everything is well. Old hardware is still working.
Air Canada, Jazz 464 departure identified, climb flight level 230 and after noise direct captain. Up.
Approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude straight to 11, then turn to 13. The legs, and yeah, all the range rings were set, and all the legs were checked in the FMC as well.
Arcana 272 direct Davik to
V speeds 149, 154. Minimums 808 set.
Arcana 831 arrivals 12447.
We are just going to be passing below the bases now, so it should be a factor. We're going to quartering right to left 8 knots. And a left-hand turn off if we make it down. We got auto brake set to 3 because we're going to try and shorten up the taxiing as best as we can. We're coming up on 11. We're not yet descending through 10, but we'll go ahead and get cabin crew alerted, forward-facing lights on, just to be ahead of the game here.
Jazz 464 Toronto 133.3, good day. No audio.
Yeah, so then the other plane got 2447.
Delta 3514 to send 8,000.
8,000, Delta 3514.
Good evening, Toronto Plus, Air Canada 8703, descending to flight level 120.
Canada 8703, arrival, roger, runway 24 left.
24 left, Air Canada 8703.
Okay, I think it captured.
Toronto approach, Air Canada 26.
Yeah, I think it captured the 11, so let's kick it back into VNAV mode.
9,000.
Send 9,000, Air Canada 26 there.
Air Canada 8703, direct Tango.
Air Canada 8703, go ahead.
Direct Tango, and climb 1000. Air Canada 8703, climb 1000.
Climb 11003.
Alright, friends. Yeah, sorry I'm not being very chat interactive and upshot. Yeah, I know you put that artwork request in. I'll try to remember to get that after we get down.
Air Canada 272, arrival, 12447.
12447.
But got our hands full on in the terminal airspace right now, so we'll have to check on that in a bit.
Okay, first United 272, arrival descent 8,000, published speed.
We might have a second
United
here.
274, arrival descent 8,000, published speed.
Arrival descent 4,000, arrival speed, United 274.
Negative descent, negative. United 274, negative descent 8,000, published speed.
Descent 8,000, we are at 2.
Yeah, so here's the artwork as it stands.
Air Canada 260, turn right heading 1.
Here's the artwork as it stands now. I got a t-shirt with the pups wearing Blue Jays caps. We got the Blue Jay mascot over here. I went ahead and added the Oriole mascot on the other side. We went Devil and Angel. They threw a maple leaf flag on me. We got the Jenga stack here with the Blue Jay tent up top, and we got the banner over top of the stadium. So that's the artwork and upshot. If you want to let me know what you want to do with it, I may or may not be able to get that in.
Arrival 12447.
Arrival 12447.
Canada 260, I need you to turn, please. Turn right heading 190.
I'm turning, your Canada 260.
And 260, 190.
190, Canada 260.
Yeah, 274, speed 230.
Speed 230, 274.
Alright, friends, gonna get a little tense.
3514 descent 6,000.
6,000, Delta 3514.
Thank you, speed 220.
220, Delta 3514. Let's just give it a vertical speed of about 1,000 and 220 on the speed. Just in case we get a vector, let's have the heading bug kind of in a useful location.
3514 arrivals, 124.47. Have a good day.
2447, Delta 3514.
270.
Check 4202 on the present heading, drawing 24 left localizer.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna add some US flags to it. Okay, we'll do that.
4202, turn left heading 210, drawing 24
Not sure if I'll be able to
left
get to it before I get down.
Heading 210,
We do need to add some drag to get down to the 220. Gonna go ahead and get the first notch of flaps in.
Checking at 831, traffic 12 to 10 o'clock, 2 miles southbound, westbound at 8220 at 4,000.
My apologies, we got the traffic at Cyber Shell Dial, we were lining up, but my apologies, good night,
831, no problem, you have vertical separation.
Roger.
1050, tower 187.
187, have a good one from activity.
Checking at 272, clear for the runway 23 approach.
Clear for the option 23 or 270.
Bravo's Delta 3514 is 68 going to 6.
That's right, Echo 831, you're clear for the runway 23 approach, maintain vertical separation with the traffic from the south.
Clear to you're approaching, maintain visual separation with the traffic, Air Canada 821.
Echo 272, reduce speed 160 until on talk.
160 until on talk, 672.
Second 4202, clear to runway 24 left approach at Actually, at 5 miles final, you can go tower 187.
Cleared, ILS 240 West, Tower 118. That's in Air Canada 42.
Ticket 272, Tower 187.
187, Air Canada 372.
Alright, working on the artwork. And also being very attentive for our call sign here. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number. Positive or negative represents your guesses to the descent rate in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. And whoever's closest gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. It'll be pulled toward the end of the month of August.
Delta 31, Christian, Delta 3514, arrival runway 23, altimeter 2991, descent 4000.
Alright, down to 4,000, 2991, expecting 23, up to 3514.
Air Canada 260, arrival, you with me?
Affirmative, Air Canada 260.
260, arrival, runway 23, altimeter 2991, descent 4000.
Descent 4000, Air Canada 260.
American 3162, X-ray, descent, turn left heading 330.
Turn left 330, expediting.
2991, 2991, 2991.
Delta 3514, turn right heading 150, reduce speed 190.
150 on the turn, 190 on the speed, up 3514.
Second 831, tower 187.
Tower 187, 1812.
We go ahead and get gear out to help us slow down. As soon as we get to below 200, we'll get the next notch of flaps in.
334, turn arrival, runway 23, altimeter 2991, descent 4000.
Descent 4000, expect runway 23, large,
American 3162, turn left 270, join 24 left localizer.
270, left 200, join the localizer.
Continuous ignition on.
Delta 3514, traffic 12 blocks, 80 miles, opposite direction, turning westbound at A321 at 4000, descending to 3.
We're looking, Delta 3514.
Good evening, arrival, Second 8703.
Second 8703, arrival, runway 24 left, altimeter 2991.
Altimeter 2991, Canada 8703.
Delta 3514, do you have the traffic or do you have the airport?
Airport in sight, Delta 3514.
3514, turn right heading 210, join the localizer, clear visual approach, runway 23.
210, join the localizer, clear visual approach, runway 23, Delta 3514.
United 234, arrival, reduce speed 190. United 234, reduce speed 190.
Speed 190, 224.
Alright, missed approach altitude, 3,000 set.
Turn right heading 150, Canada 260.
American 3162, you're clear for the left runway 24 left turn, speed 170 on Tel Kirac.
Clear for the approach, speed 170.
Runway's there. I lied, I didn't have it in sight. I knew we would join the localizer.
14, speed 170 until Ontax.
170 to Ontax, Delta 3514.
Air Canada 8703, arrival runway 24 left, altitude 2991, descent 3000, speed 190.
Speed 190, descent to 3000, Air Canada 8703.
Do see the airport now, though. We're good.
2500.
Delta 260, turn right heading 180, descent 3000. Delta 260, correct, Air Canada 260, turn right heading 180, descent 3000.
180, descent 3000, Air Canada 260.
Alright. How soon before we take matters into our own hands? Are we brave?
703, turn left heading 020.
Turn left heading 020, Air Canada 8703.
8703, amend your altitude, maintain 4000.
I'm maintain 4,803.
Are we brave or stupid? I don't know. One or the other.
3514, contact tower 187.
18-7, Delta 3514.
American 3162, tower.
Toronto Tower, Delta 3514 is 4.5 out, 23.
Delta 3514, reduce the final speed. Your number 1 traffic is on the runway.
Reduce to final, Delta 3514.
Air Canada.
Tower, American 3162 on final.
American 3162, winds 270, is 3
Hey.
clear land, runway 2 left.
Continuous ignition on.
Runway 2 for left, American 3162.
Air Canada.
Cabin crew
1,
alerted.
Airborne contact departures 128.8, winds 270, 3 clear takeoff, runway 2 tree.
1 airborne, 132.
Landing flaps. Nope, one more. Gears down to green.
One will be 128.8.
Straight to 11 and right to 3 if we go missed. We need to correct over to the right significantly.
Okay, 128.8.
We're a little slow. Let's get some throttle back in. We do see the traffic on the runway. They're not yet cleared to land.
Delta 34, correction, Delta 3514, go around.
We're going around, Delta 3514.
Delta 3514, turn right heading 270, contact, 270, climb 3000, contact departures 128.8.
Alright, 270, 3000. I'm going to need the frequency again in just a second, Delta 3514.
Toronto Tower, this is Azul 0512. I'm holding short on hotel, asking for departure.
Alright, let's get
512, continuing short.
heading select, vertical speed, 1,000.
Wilco, Azul 0512.
And we got gear
Delta
up.
3514, contact departures 128.8.
Okay, 210's probably fine. Alright, so auto throttle command. We're climbing to 3,000 on a heading at 270. And the frequency again for Delta 3514?
Runway 23.
Air Canada 260, traffic is on the climb, winds 270, 3 clear to land, runway 23.
Clear to land, runway 23, Air Canada 260.
Frequency again for Delta 3514?
Delta 3514, contact departure is 128.8.
28.8, Delta 3514.
American 3162, welcome to Toronto, continue taxi Delta 2, cross runway 24, right contact ground, 1514 Toronto, departure, you up?
Just got over Delta 3514, we're 3,000 heading 270.
Delta 3514, climb 4000.
4,000, Delta 3514.
Delta 3514, turn right heading 060.
060, Delta 3514. And are we resequenced for 2-3 again, or which side?
3514, if you're good for 2-3, you can expect that.
Whatever's easiest for you, just let us know.
Air Canada 1, turn right heading 330.
Right, 330, Air Canada 1.
Okay, departures and arrivals. Arrivals. Two, 3. Put it in the route and execute. And legs page. And where are we going? We're going to new deck, even though we're not.
Delta 3514, contact arrivals 124.47.
2447, Delta 3514. Rivals Delta 3514 back with you 4000.
Delta 3514 arrival, I'll call you back. American 8706, turn level 270 during
That's
2
fine.
localizer.
270 for localizer, American 8706.
Okay, 1968, turn right heading 210 during 23 localizer.
Sorry, 210 for that?
So we added a couple American flags around there for you.
Okay, heading 210 for the localizer, Air Canada 1968.
And 1968 traffic at 12 o'clock, 5 miles, turning westbound at MD88 at 3000.
Look at Air Canada 1968.
Dallas 3514, arrival runway 23, altimeter 2991, maintain 4000, speed 190.
At 4000, 190, we'll expect 23 to 3514.
Section 8703, tower 187.
187 at Canada 8103 tower.
Okay, 187 again will be our next one.
American 8706, you're clear for the runway 24 left post, speed 170 or greater until 5 mile final.
Clear for the approach, 24 left, 17 jerk radio, American 8706.
Section 1968, you have a traffic, he's about 10 miles, 10 o'clock, 2 miles, 3000.
Traffic in Center Canada 1968.
1968, maintain visual separation, clear for the runway 23 approach.
Okay, clear the LS 23 Air Canada 1968.
Alright, got a little busy there. I mean, the main thing to do is keep positive control of the airplane, right? Positive, the gear comes up with, it's just like a takeoff. That's why it's a takeoff and go around. It's all the same process. We got positive rate, we got the gear up. When I knew I had sufficient speed, we went to flaps 15 from flaps 30 to flaps 15. You don't want to pull all the flaps in because that can cause a dramatic loss of lift when you're too slow to support it. But as soon as we had the good airspeed, we got the flaps up. Everything else is fine. Let's redo our V speeds now. We're a little lighter. So let's go with the approach.
Arrival Delta 1224.
So it's going to be 148. Yeah, I don't care about the next altitude.
Okay, Delta 24 on arrival, runway 24 left, altitude 2991, descend 4000. 24 left out of 4000, Delta 1224.
Let's just tell it that we're going direct to new deck, even though we're not really. That way it'll stop yelling at us about altitudes that we're not going to get to. Nothing else has changed with the
Delta 3514, turn right heading 150.
150 to 3514. Nothing else has really changed with the approach briefing. All the same process again, same runways, same minimums. 153 and 148 now, so the B speeds just a little bit slower. I'm going to go ahead and tell it that we're going direct to Calvi, even though we're not yet.
Okay, thanks for discretion.
That's a little bit of a more closer approximation of what we're doing. I don't care about the next altitude. It'll get us there. And by the way, yes, we can make the next altitude. We're 3,000 or above, and we're above 3,000.
Second 1968, just making sure full tower 118.7. Very good, Delta 3514, turn right heading 210 to join the localizer, descend 3000.
At 210, 3000, join the localizer, Delta 3514. Alright, get to go through this all again. Good practice, though. Haven't had to do a go-around in a while.
Delta 3514, airport, 12 to 1 o'clock, 9 miles, reporting site.
Insight, Delta 3514. Fly it again.
Delta 3514, third visual approach, runway 23.
The visual approach, runway 23, Delta 3514.
Transfer arrival to United States at 4,000 feet.
United 274 for on arrival, hold the runway 23,
2500.
descend 4000.
Okay, it's on heading select for now. It has caught the glide slope. Match the, yeah, we'll match the throttles. The throttles are idle right now. We're descending on the glide slope. We'll go ahead and get gear out. Continuous ignition on. Alert the cabin crew. Spoilers
Delta
on.
3514, contact tower 187.
Tower 187, Delta 3514.
2706.
Delta 3514, your number 2. Traffic is on the rollout. Reduce the final approach speed. Wind 270 at 3. Expect late landing phase.
Okay, we'll reduce to final and expect late landing clearance. Number 2, Delta 3514.
Canada 1968, welcome to Toronto. Exit left when able. Contact ground 121.65.
Okay, left turn 2165 or Canada 196, see it.
Okay, we're bringing
706, welcome to
the
Toronto.
speed
Exit
back.
right when able, cross runway
Bringing the
24,
flaps out.
Right. Call
You guys can put, if you put predictions in and you want to keep them, just keep them. If you want to put a new prediction in, go ahead and put it in. And last call, because we're close, guys. Missed approach out to 3000, set straight to 11, and right to 3.
Delta 3514, clear to land 23.
Clear to land 23, Delta 3514. Gear's kind of green, landing flap set and checked. Got to correct over to the right here. Missed approach, and it's a left-hand turnoff if we make it down.
Read the conference again for making 8706.
Air Canada 8706, it'll be 121.65 for ground.
2165.
400.
Air Canada
300 approaching minimums.
121.65.
Minimums.
Air American 1786 for the delay. Airborne contact departure is 128.8 with 270 at 3.
Remember not to overflare.
40, 24 right.
30, 20, 10.
Little long, not too bad.
Air Canada 5 Lena, lap and wake, runway 23, caution jet blast from the arriving 737.
Line up and wait, runway 23, Air Canada 5 Lima heavy.
Kick the manual braking on. Cancel reversers.
Delta 514, welcome to Toronto. Exit left when able. Contact ground 121.65 today.
Left when able, ground point 65, Delta 3514, thanks.
On the ground, Meadows receiving the Air Canada 945, one Alpha Mike will be protocol stop.
Canada 8905 ground, hello, stand by.
I think we're Hotel 4, maybe.
Air Canada 272, contact Amber 12207.
I want to be Hotel 2.
American 3162, do you have a preference for where you'd like to park tonight? Negative, any place will work. American 3162. Okay, American 3162, in that case, contact the Amber 12207. Good night. 2207, American 3162, thank you today. American 478, contact tower 118.7, good night.
And we'll just hold short of the runway here.
Air Canada 260, continue hotel, Bravo, hold short of Tango.
Forward facing lights off, we'll leave the taxi on strobe off as well. Continuous ignition. Release the cabin crew.
What is the route action at 8103?
No,
Flaps and
listen
spoilers
carefully to your call sign.
were
You need to
stowed.
listen carefully, you're taking instructions meant for other people. That was for Air Canada 260 and 260 only. Taxi hotel, Bravo, hold short of Tango, cross 15 left.
Hotel Bravo will short of Tango, cross from.
I missed the question, but yeah, you can connect in the air. You just have to make sure you're not going to conflict with anybody.
You gotta listen carefully on the frequency first. Please listen before you key up. You're just stepping on each other. And Air Canada 1968, follow the company in front of you, taxi Hotel Bravo, hold short of Tango, cross 15 left.
Okay, Hotel Bravo short Tango 1, cross 15 left, Air Canada 1168.
And ground Delta 3514's hotel short of B3 left.
Delta 3514, ground, good evening, taxi Hotel, cross 15 right, hold short 15 left.
Alright, via hotel, cross 15 right, short of 15 left, Delta 3514.
Air Canada 8703, taxi Delta Alpha, hold short Alpha Lima, cross 33
Okay,
right.
let's go ahead and continue the cleanup items here. Auto brake off. Reset minimums.
American 8706,
weather radar.
Delta Alpha, hold short of Alpha Lima, cross running 33 right.
Traffic radar. Terrain radar. Traffic radar. That can be turned off too, as a matter of fact, though. Traffic radar, while we're talking about it.
Contact the tower 118.7, good night.
118.7, United 76, good night.
APU's not yet on. We're still kind of a ways out. But let me make sure I got all the rest of the stuff in. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen heat, continuous ignition off, weather terrain, flight directors and auto brake. Yeah, flight directors didn't do, but
Delta 449, Toronto ground, good evening, standby.
That's done.
Minimums,
transponder, landing lights, and turn off lights. So position lights can go steady. Yeah, we did that as well.
2000, your sign squawk code is 5061. Change your transponder, please.
So we get the APU on.
Air Canada 8703, you've gone past Alpha. Which gate do you want to go to?
Air Canada 8703, your wish.
Air Canada 8703, continue on Delta, taxi Delta Romeo, lane 9 to 168.
Taxi Delta Romeo, gate 168.
So J Aviation, I would say connect in regular mode rather than observer mode. If you're relatively sure, like you've checked VATSIM radar and you don't think you're going to be in conflict with anybody, go ahead and connect in regular mode. The problem with connecting in observer mode is the controller can't see you on the scope, so they don't know whether you're in conflict with anybody. So I say just connect in regular mode. We put in Bravo. I'm sorry. The northwest end of Terminal 3 is fine.
Okay, Delta 3514, taxi Hotel Bravo, Alpha Tango, lane 2, gate of your choice, cross 15 left.
Okay, Hotel Bravo, and what was the rest after that? We'll cross 15 left. What was the rest after Bravo?
Delta 3514 after Bravo, Alpha Tango, lane 2, gate of your choice.
Alpha Tango and then lane 2, Delta 3514, thanks.
American 8706, continue on Alpha, hold short of Alpha Tango.
Yeah, so J Aviation, when you're inbound to a big event, yeah, you don't want to connect midair because they're already doing lots of measures to make sure that they manage all the traffic into that event, sequence it, give holding instructions if needed, resolve merging conflicts of streams, all that stuff. Yeah, worst case, you get vectored for a bit. That's exactly right. And you come in with that attitude. Hey, I've reconnected at such and such. If you need to, vector me for a sequence, that's fine. Come in with that attitude that you're expecting that, and then, that goes a long way. But if you're inbound to an event, I would say it's really probably frowned upon to connect inbound to an event. Connect midair if you're not inbound to an event.
JetBlue 220, push on to lane 6, please.
Line 6, push it for 220.
Toronto ground, Delta 1224.
So left on Alpha Tango,
right, Delta 4,
and then we'll just go all the way to the back.
Terminal 3.
So I just got to figure out where I am now.
Delta 1224, ground, turn right, Charlie, hold short of Alpha, or correction, hold short of Bravo.
Okay, right, Charlie, short of Bravo, Delta 1224.
Delta 1224, correction, right, Charlie, hold short of Echo.
Alpha Foxtrot.
Right, Charlie, short of Echo, Delta 1224.
Okay, so like 2 more basically.
Good evening. Dinner 32. Are you requesting percent sharp at stand 34?
JJJ, yeah, 5 a.m. Get some sleep, brother.
Good evening, stand by.
It's Jaliro. Hit the follow button there. Thank you very kindly for that. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is the usual schedule. That's 2300 Zulu time.
Delta 449 clear.
So yeah, we want to go left here and then all the way to the end, basically.
Delta 449 clear to LaGuardia by the Kempta 3 departure. Bump the transition. Flight plan route. Department
This guy holding for us.
3336.
Clear to LaGuardia Airport via Kempta 3 departure. Papa transition. Runway 24 right. Squawk 3.
Kind of doesn't look like he's holding for us.
Delta
So I don't know if...
449, read back correct. Call for push with your gate number.
Okay, so he is holding for us. So I wasn't sure what he was told to hold short of. Yes, all my bio information's under the About tab. I am not a real-world pilot.
Good evening, American 8706, after the Delta in front of you, you can turn right to Alpha Tango and take a gate of your choice.
Alpha Tango behind the Delta, American 8706.
Air Canada 1968, or sorry, Air Canada 260, you're first. Turn left Alpha Lima to taxi lane 8 to 157.
Yeah, we're just going to go all the way up to the end here, whatever gate we find.
And to gate 157, Air Canada 260. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Canada 1968, follow the company. Alpha Lima, apron edge to 140. Have a good one.
Alpha Lima.
I'm going to get the taxi light off.
Air Canada 1968, yeah.
Since we're on the apron, oh, I never did turn the APU on. That'd probably be a good plan at this point.
Continue on Alpha Alternative Alpha Tango.
Okay, continue on Charlie to the left, Alpha short of Alpha Tango, Delta 1224.
Toronto ground, good evening. Air Canada 13 Alpha Echo, looking for IFR to Maryland.
Mr. J Aviation says I was planning on doing it pretty far out to avoid as many of the big highways, but I understand why they would not be the most keen on it. Yeah, if there's an event where you're going, they're already, you would, especially in the U.S. events, I don't know how it works in Europe. I imagine it's pretty similar, but I mean, they're working on sequencing plans pretty far out.
PDC read back, Finnair 32.
Finnair 32 negative, do not read the entire thing. In the PDC, there is a 4-character PDC identifier. I only want to hear those 4 characters.
473 Bravo, Finnair 32.
Finnair 32, read back correct. Stand by for push, there's traffic behind you.
Okay. Parking brake on.
Push, Finnair 32, thank you.
Yeah, I do have a YouTube tutorial series. That's the YouTube channel there on the lower left-hand side of the screen. There's a VATSIM tutorials playlist. Please feel free to check that out. All right, I'm going to have my hands full, guys, shutting down the plane. So I apologize if I'm not terribly chat interactive at the moment. We got the APU buses. Whoops, APU buses on. And let's get the ISO valve open. We can get the engine bleeds off. So the APU is now providing air conditioning and electricity. So we can go ahead and turn the engines off. Fuel pumps can go shut down, except for the one. Hydraulic pumps can go shut down.
Continue on hotel, crossway 15 right.
We're going to go ahead and turn the, even though we just turned them on, we're going to go ahead and turn the packs off because we're about to connect ground power and ground AC. Anti-collision light can come off. That's the beacon one. I got to relabel these to match up with my Bravo switch, my Alpha switches.
Lane 2, we'll call for taxi, Delta 4 down.
Seatbelt signs can come off. We'll go ahead and get wheel well lights on. Anti-collision, wheel well, seatbelts, chime. Yeah, that's chime's already done. Okay, wheel chocks, ground power, ground AC. Go down here. Where's the menu? Actions, ground. Let's get chocks set and ground power, ground AC. Let's go back. Let's go to the doors. We'll open. Open.
Negative. Taxi on the apron edge. Actually, for now, hold short of Alpha.
Let's jump down the bottom, get the transponder back to, well, first of all, we can get it into standby mode.
Negative. Do not go on Alpha. Hold short of Alpha. Do not go into Alpha.
Yeah, 2000 and standby. Jump up top. Let's get ground power connected. We can now shut off the APU and the last fuel pump.
JetBlue 220, hold short of Alpha on lane 6.
And those off as well. And yeah, there we go. All right, let's check on the fuel status and time. So yeah, my predictions are going to be a little bit off because we had to go around. So we got in late and with less fuel than anticipated because of that go around. But we didn't actually burn too much. We were expected to be in at 11:44 Eastern. 15 minutes after that. That's mostly because of that go around. Should have had about 9,000, and it was an extra quarter hour, so I'm going to say...
Sorry, is 80 calling from where?
8,200 probably. 8,300. All right, so my flight time and fuel estimates worked out pretty well. Let's look at your predictions, guys. The
Good night, Delta 4.
descent rate upon touchdown
Good evening, where are you parking?
was nice and low.
Terminal 1.
92. It gave us a 93 out of 100. 92 was the descent rate upon touchdown. So I got the flare timing the way I wanted it. I did land a little bit long, though. So I knew that. It gave me pretty good marks on everything else. So that's not bad at all. Let's kind of replay the telemetry here. And again, this app is called Touchdown FX.
Juliet Yankee Echo 317, turn
But yeah, so the altitude profile, of course, that's terrain variance here. This is altitude above ground level. So that's terrain variance, but it looks like a nice smooth descent. And then right there, so that's where we start our flare. And then you notice I did not overflare, and I didn't level off, and I didn't rise again. That's the problem I've been having, is overflaring. This time it looks like I just really just slowed down the descent, which is what you want to do, and then just landed a little bit long. Not too bad though. Pretty good on center line too. Look at that. So center line adherence the whole way down. So we knew we were left. We knew we were left the center line, and we were correcting to get back on. But once we touched down, we were really good on that. And even with that, only a slight right to left there. But kept the center line pretty well on the rollout, so yeah, very happy with that. It gave me good scores, and I gave myself good scores. I was pleased with it. So 92 was the number that registered. Where were you guys in terms of your predictions? We had 111, 177, 123, 205, 145. So it looks like that 111 is the winner, right? Say again, Jim. Say again, Jim didn't put a new one in after the line, did he? No, say again, Jim gets the... Oh, Dave, you put an 87? Ooh, I did, didn't I? Hold on, let me go back and look.
Air Canada 2668, request taxi, Air Canada.
Oh, yeah, you were the very first one above Jim. 87. So with 92 being the actual, you were only 5 away. Yep, you are the winner, Bet Dave. Thank you for calling me out on that. I totally did miss that.
Turn left to tail cross, runway 15 right, hold short 15 left, Air Canada 2668.
So good, I got something clippable.
Taxi 224 right with information kilo.
I had said earlier, you know, I started publishing clips to 4 different shorts platforms about 3 months ago, and I do not have any landings in that batch. In 3 months, I have not published one landing clip. And I was like, you know, these people that have been following me for 3 months on these shorts platforms probably don't believe I know how to land a plane. I was like, well, all right, well, I got 2 chances tonight to get a clippable landing. Well, then our sim froze on a 10-mile right downwind to Minneapolis. So then I only had 1 chance, and fortunately made it count. So that's good. Happy with that. All right. Well.
United 274, which gate for you tonight?
Whichever is available, United 274.
United 274, taxi hotel, Bravo, hold short of Tango.
Anyway, all right. Well, let's go go ahead and wrap up our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure here is a side project that we do on every stream. Make a collaborative art project that roughly represents what we were up to on the stream that night. Since we finished up in Toronto, we put ourselves up on the CN Tower observation deck looking down at the Rogers Center. We got the banner over the stadium. We've got a Jenga tower with a Blue Jays tent on top, a little cookout going on there. We got the Blue Jays mascot on our shoulder. I then added the Orioles mascot on the other shoulder, devil, angel kind of thing. We got the Canada cap going on. We got the pups down here with their Blue Jays caps on the T-shirt. And then, just for good measure, we did scatter a handful of American flags around the site as well. So there you go, our slant out artwork adventure. And if you ever want to get in on that, we're going to close it up for this time, but if you ever want to get in on that, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, aka the alphabets points. And then once you do that, you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify our image for the evening, but of course we're going to go ahead and consider that one closed up for tonight. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and finish up the shutdown of the plane and the shutdown of the stream and talk about what's coming up next. We got a really cool one coming up on Monday. We'll talk about that in just a few moments, but let's get the plane shut down. All right, well, first things first, I got this little physical power switch on the comm. Yep, okay, that has gone dark now. However, we can still hear it. Okay, so that's just a glitch. That'll kill when we kill the power to the plane. That'll shut off. But the V pilot is still registering that radio is on. Anyway, so we've got that powered down. The emergency lights can be unguarded and turned off. The yaw dampers and IRS knobs. Logo position and wheel well lights. Logo, wheel well, and position, aka nav. We got the ground power bus we can go ahead and shut off. And the battery off, and that's up there. And that should do it. Let's go ahead and close up all the doors and hatches. Go to the, I'm going to press and hold menu here. And we're going to FS actions and doors. Close. Anyway, it does that. I'm in the middle of using it, and it resets to power down. FS actions. Doors. Okay, we got that closed. Get the other two closed. Let's go to ground services. We can drop the lines, but we'll leave the wheel tracks on.
Delta Charlie, Delta 449.
Air Transit 206, contact tower 118.7, good night.
187.
Alright, friends, that should do it. There we are. Narrowly avoided the wingtip strike with the catering truck. But there we are, and so kudos, by the way. Well, kudos to all of the VATCAN controllers. It's one of those VATUSA events that they partner with an outside division to do an event, a Friday night ops event, which is normally the major U.S. airports. But a lot of times recently, they've been partnering with other divisions and giving us other great places to fly on a Friday night with full staffing. So kudos to the VATUSA events team for all of this work that they've done. We've done a couple of them in South America, a couple of them in the Caribbean. We've done the FNO Down Under, where we got another iteration of that. They used to do that once a year. They're doing another iteration of that coming up in a couple weeks. That's coming up real soon. And yeah, and then of course this one up there in Canada. We've done South America, we've done Central America, we've done Caribbean. Yeah, I think I got them all. But yeah, we've done a lot of great places. So kudos to the events team for putting that on. Well, the Winnipeg controllers were just outstanding, getting us all out of Winnipeg on time. The clearance controller in particular was top notch, and you guys, if you were here earlier, you saw we went ahead and got on the Winnipeg FIR website and left him an amazing piece of feedback. He was just phenomenal. They were all great, but he was a standout. And then everybody here at Toronto, man, it's midnight. They're still on. You know, that's fantastic. You know, you look at VATSIM radar, you expect, you know, everybody to kind of hop offline at the top of the hour an hour ago. And, you know, so it looks like the center controllers have finally just logged off. But everybody down here on approach and ground and tower, they're still up and running. So, yeah, just really amazing work and good dedication to putting on a great event, and especially at, you know, at the end and staying on late for everybody. So yeah, we had a fairly standard go around, not too bad. And they sequenced us right back in for the second attempt on the same runway, so that worked out well for us, not too bad at all. And really just great job overall for putting that on. So kudos to all of the controller staff for everything that they did. Well, who are we going to send a raid to? Sim Caesar is still doing his train sim stuff, but is he wrapping up for the night? I think he's still on. So we'll get the raid going over to Sim Caesar here in just a little bit, but I'll tell you what, on Monday's stream, we are back to starting over the new and improved Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England training flights. This is a series of training flights, 6 VFR flights and 24 IFR flights that are essentially a start-to-finish VFR and IFR training program, self-study training program. You study the lesson, you go through, you read through the material, it tells you what you need to know in terms of the procedures, the communications, and then all you got to do is just jump on when Boston Virtual ARTC is up and running, like, hey, they are right now. Like, they tend to be a lot. And you can perform the flight, and you can let them know which one you're doing, and they give you the clearance, and then they give you the approval to do the lesson as well, and then they'll grade you. And then really, it's not a grade; it's a pass-fail. That's a grade, I suppose. You either do it correctly or you didn't do it correctly, and they let you know at the end. And then they do keep track of pilots who have knocked the entire series out, and you get nice little recognition on the website as well. But as you go through, you get through, you know, basic IFR procedures, and the deeper you get in, they add more and more complex IFR procedures. So by the end, you've got a pretty good summary of SIDS and stars, of precision approaches, non-precision approaches, RNAV approaches, GPS approaches, yeah, other types of instrument approaches, VOR approaches, NDB approaches. Probably not anymore. I think when they redid the series. Just last month, they released an updated version. I think most of the NDB approaches are gone now, but it's a really good variety of stuff. Terminal area approaches, terminal area approach clearances. So a lot of stuff that is less common if you're not going to the same big 25 airports in the globe all the time. And really good stuff, and it really encourages good general aviation traffic. It's going to want to make you fly to smaller airports with more interesting and non-standard procedures. Fun stuff, and every lesson, if you read through it, it tells you exactly what you need to do and exactly what you need to say. So it's very, very straightforward, and lots of fun. We're going to restart that series. We did it in 2021, I believe it was, so 5 years ago, where they just released the updated version. So we're going to start that over again on Monday's stream in the Piper Comanche. So, yeah, so that'll be a fun one. And of course, the full show schedule's under the About tab, and also published over on our Discord server. We talked earlier about the YouTube channel. All of our flight broadcasts end up archived there. And then that previous Boston Virtual ARTCC training series is there. Some ATC training is there. And some tutorials as well. So if you're considering getting on VATSIM, but you're a little newer, you don't quite know what to say or what to do, there's some good guidance over there on that channel you can check out. And of course, if you see those and you have questions, you can ask them right there in the comments, or you can come find us on our Discord server. All right, let's wrap up, guys. It's yeah, Sim Caesar's still running his trains. I don't know. He's started to say he's ending his Friday night streams a little earlier than he has in the past. I don't know how many more legs he's got on this, but let's go ahead and get you over to him. Great way. He's a flight sim enthusiast, but on Friday nights he does this very chill, very relaxing way to wind down from busy Friday night ops streams, which is this Japanese train sim. So let's get that raid running, guys. We'll see you Monday from Nantucket Island in the cockpit of the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. Between now and then, guys, have a great rest of your week. Have a great start to your weekend. And then we will talk to you on Monday night. Take care. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures in the meantime. Good night.